Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. I'm your host, Cooley. Tonight is open panel debate night. Let's go.
No Fugazee.
And y'all see the suit too, man. Listen, new studio, new podcast by the spirit, not by the letter. Bro, we can go verse for verse all day long. Doing new things. Men are okay with understanding the reality that we are in competition with one another. But you ladies think that you're special. We are in comfort. Men are men of their word. So here's my word. I'll fly you out here and we can do it in person. And after that, we can box. I'm about my business. So remember I said, when I ask you these questions, I will dismantle your entire argument. That's the end of the debate, my dog.
I'm 39, but I don't look your typical 39.
Belly.
Yeah.
You look 39. It's okay though. That man isn't intimidated by a woman like you. He's annoyed by a woman like you. Because a man doesn't want to date another man. He wants to date a woman. All right, we are back. Welcome back to No Fugazee Podcast. Again, I am your host, Cooley. Tonight is open panel debate night. We do these every Tuesday and Thursday where the folks get to come on up and debate me. Currently, what we got in the title, we got Feminist, Atheists, and all haters are welcome. And it's a worldview debate. So let's go ahead and get down to it. The first link in the YouTube description is going to be for the members. So if you like the show and support the show, become a member, man. We got 3 tiers. First tier is Gang. Second tier is Hitman. Third tier is Mob Ties. You join any of those tiers, you are locked in with us. The next link is going to be for one-on-one consultations. If you want to speak with myself privately, go ahead and book a one-on-one consultation. And then all of the other links are for the social media account. So if you're already not following me on any of the social media platforms like X, Facebook, TikTok, Instagram, all of that stuff, follow me, man. And you can get in touch with myself or anyone from my team. All right, man. So, we are currently live on YouTube and Facebook right now. So when you come in, get the likes up, everybody. Let's get the likes up. I see people in the chat already. Wit Kid, shouts out to you. We got the Fallen One. Shouts out to you, man. Who else we got in here? We got Leah in here. We got Uncle Tiger in here as well. Listen, man, if y'all didn't tune into the last stream that I did, I interviewed Jay Dyer, which was a dope interview. And the interview, I conducted it in a way where it's educational. I'm asking the questions that I want to know answers to, and also the questions that I know that you guys want to know answers to when it comes to debating. I've been getting into the precept debating and the apologetics debating. So he was an expert on. So if you haven't checked out the last stream, which was this past Sunday, go check that out. Now, we had some technical difficulties, so for all of the members, you guys went ahead and you have access to the second part of that stream as well. But I am going to release the second part of the Jay Dyer interview within a few days. I got you. But we had some technical difficulties where it was weird. Live streaming, everything was fine. Nothing happened on YouTube. I got no strikes. My internet was perfectly good, but Restream, the system that I use to like multi-stream on many platforms, it randomly shut down. Then I tried to start it again. It shut down. I tried to restart. It shut down. So it was a little weird, man. And we probably would have went longer, but had some technical difficulties. But we are running another stream with Jay Dyer this Friday. He'll be debating Captain Tazariak, a Hebrew Israelite. You've seen Andrew Wilson debate this Hebrew Israelite. You've seen myself debate him. You've seen him on many other podcasts as well. So that's going to be a dope spirited debate this Sunday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Actually, let me go ahead and pull that up for you guys so you guys can see what we got coming next. So let me do that now. 1 second. All right, let me just go ahead and, let's share this like that. So here's what we got, man. So here's what we got coming next. So we got a call-in dating show, man. So I'm going back to the roots, and I'm like, listen, I kind of freed up my Wednesdays a little bit, so I think I can go ahead and, do some more streams. So I'm like, well, I'm already doing an open panel debates, already setting up 1v1 debates, already hosting debates. Let's just go back to the roots and do some call-in dating relationship shows. Have the women call in, the fellas call in. It ain't really a debate. It's more of a conversation. They call in with their perspectives and with advice if they need advice. Or if they just want to talk, they have some trouble with understanding what's going on in their relationship. If you're a man or a woman, that's going to be the call-in dating show, and where we're going to play fun games as well, especially when women call up. We'll have the audience rate the women if they want to engage in that, right? If I'll ask them, hey, you want to be rated by the chat? And I'll put a poll and you guys get to rate the girl. It's going to be virtual. So yeah, man, a lot of, I know before when we was doing it, we used to get a lot of women doing it, but I kind of moved past that. So we'll see how the first 4 go. I'll do 4 of them because I know this one, I got to promote it. So it may not get, that much traction, but, hopefully it does. But then I know after this one and the next one, I have my team, make up some clips and stuff from it. It should be pretty good, right? It should be very entertaining. Shouts out to Kevin Samuels. You know what I'm saying? We about to go ahead and get down with that program, bringing up those chicks. And also men, too, can call in for that show. So that's going to be right here. That's going to be this. All right, chat. Then we got the debate, Jay Dyer versus Captain Tazariak, and this is going to be dope as well. People were already in the chat commenting, yo, this debate going to be fire, bro. Spoke with Captain Tazariak, spoke with Jay Dyer. I'm going to moderate that very unbiased. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to moderate that very unbiased to the best of my ability. You know what I'm saying? And I gave both of them my word on that too. So, that's what we're going to do. But it's going to be a dope show, good debate. And I'm interested in hearing, their arguments, right? All right, let's go ahead and stop sharing this. All right, let's go ahead and get the Cash App off. I don't need that up right now. You can go ahead and get rid of that. All right, chat. So, I got some clips that we're going to react to. And once I'm done reacting to these clips, we're going to hop right into open panel debate. Also, if anyone wants to join the stream for the debate, it's the first link that's pinned in the YouTube comments. You can come on up, click that link, and you can debate me tonight. Once again, if you are an atheist, I think you're dumb. If you are a feminist, I think it's a lie. If you have some type of weird ideology or just a different view than I have, come on up. Or if you watched any of my content and you're like, Cooley, you're wrong. I think you're wrong, Cooley. You're just wrong. Come on up and prove me wrong on any of the things that I've ever said. You do that by clicking the link that's pinned in the YouTube comments or clicking the link that is in the YouTube description. We will be going live on TikTok in just a moment, so we're going to get those TikTok crazy people up as well. And yeah, that's what I got for you guys tonight. Now, I'm seeing here we are really shadow banned, man. Let me see. Check out the YouTube. Woo! YouTube are really shadow banned, and I actually don't think that we're live. Shout out to the OG Dog Pound in the building as well. We're really shadow banned on YouTube. Let me see if we're live on Facebook. Doesn't look like I'm live on Facebook right now. But let's check. Let's do a quick check. Okay, yeah, we are live on Facebook. Okay. All right, yeah, everybody on Facebook, I see y'all in the comments, man. Put me in the video. Yeah, man. So if you want to come on up and join Open Panel Debate Night, everybody that's tuning in on Facebook, you got to come on over to YouTube and click the link that's pinned in the YouTube comments or the link that's the first link in the YouTube description. So yeah, I know you guys are watching over on Facebook, but transition over to YouTube. That's No Fugazee Podcast on YouTube. All right, let's hop right into reacting to some content, man. Let's get right into it. I got some good clips for you guys that the members sent in. So let's see what we got here. Ah, okay. These two guys. Let's see.
You fucked me up because I think you unseated me as the top cut.
What's up?
I think you unseated me.
Well, isn't your girl a porn star? How does that make me a top cut?
No, I know, but like when I seen those texts that got posted with you, I was like, fuck. I feel like I own 2024 in the Cuck Olympics.
Okay, pausing it right here just because they got some music going on in the background. Probably should have reviewed this one before I press play, but hopefully, you know, the YouTube systems don't catch that and then flag the channel. But anyways, it's ironic because both of them, well, you got Adam 22 claiming that someone else is a cuck, and then Larry defending himself. And, you know, that's the thing, man. When you bring your chick in a public light and you have her speak, listen, that's crazy. Streaming with your woman is something I would never do. That's just a no-no, right? Now, I did some TikToks and stuff, but, you know, she ain't speak. I ain't even speaking to TikToks, right? And it's not live streaming, right? You just don't want to have your woman speaking online, right? Generally speaking is not what's best. And my chick is pretty base, right? Super, super base, actually. But, you know, it's just not a good look because you got Larry Wills on his behalf. His wife is, you know, making him look like a fool because she's emasculating him. And he's unaware. He's not really red pill aware of women nature and how they utilize their femininity and their emotions to manipulate a man and get their way. But, you know, one would say that, you know, it's not even really manipulation if this guy is doing it because he wants to. You know what I'm saying? Like the way he's behaving with her on stream, that's his doing. Bro, you mad old. Larry Will's got to be older than me. I'm 36, so he's got to be at least my age, I would say. Maybe a little younger, but possibly older, right? He's around my age. So, bro, you should have a grasp of female nature and how they operate and be aware to look after the red flags to disqualify them, especially the woman that's just looking for, you know, your money. She didn't want to get a prenup. You still went ahead and got married to her even though she didn't want to get a prenup. Like, what? And then he tries to play it off like, well, this is something that we both agreed on. Nah, man, that ain't nothing that you both agreed on. She said she doesn't want it, and you was like, you know what? I just want to make her happy. Happy wife, happy life. And that's a fairy tale. In due time, hopefully he doesn't, right? Hopefully they stay married forever, but the way it's looking, in due time, you say happy wife, happy life. No, happy wife, miserable husband. Let's play a little bit more.
And I feel like you're holding it down for 2026. I just want to let you know that I'm trying to get my get back. I'm going to do something that's going to make 2026 mine.
I'd like you to know that you still hold that title, 100%.
I do feel like your behavior has been less well publicized.
Is that so? Okay. Well, you do know it's 2026. Anybody can fake a text message in the conversation.
You're saying...
Yeah, so it's been some other stuff about Larry Wills that he's basically, you know, into some weird Diddy type of behavior. You know what I'm saying? Now, people do fake text messages. That is true. You know, if you got some haters out there and, you know, like Larry Wills, you got 1 million followers on Instagram. You're well known. You're Larry Wills, right? People are always looking to discredit you in any way, shape, or form. So it could be true that those text messages are fake, but let's listen to a little bit more. And the text messages was basically exposing him about, you know, really being on some Diddy stuff, like watching your woman get banged, and also after she gets banged, you know, fornicating with her down there, and, you know, doing some type of weird stuff, man. After, yeah, it was weird, bro. It was weird.
John Bravo is faking that shit?
Yeah, I'm saying absolutely he's faking that shit, 100%.
Well, I didn't even explore that possibility.
Well.
Yeah, now they talk, okay, so it was Johnny Bravo that put that out. But yeah, I mean, my whole take on this is, you know, Adam 22, there's no comparison to Adam 22. Like, what do you mean, bro? Like, this is really, it's like levels to things. And that's the thing. People like to conflate stuff. They'll see your woman on Instagram. Say if you got your woman has an Instagram, they'll say, oh, well, your woman wears this on Instagram, and they'll conflate that to another girl on Instagram in a bikini. Well, was my woman wearing a bikini? Or they'll conflate a woman on a stripper pole to your woman that's dressed in like some regular clothes or something like that. They'll conflate all of these things. And also they'll even conflate it all the way to the degree where they compare your modest chick online to Adam 22. And that's what's essentially happening here in this conversation. Adam is saying, hey, man, they're looking at you to win the 2026 Cuck Olympics. But, you know, yeah, like, bro, Larry isn't close to you, bro. I mean, yeah, Larry Wills is nowhere near compared to Adam 22. He's not allowing his woman, his wife, to get banged on OnlyFans by random men. That is not what's happening. So there's no comparison. We have to be able to make distinctions between things, or we'll get confused. We'll think everything is the same, and people will start comparing you to, you know, Adam 22, when that is not even a comparison. All right, let's get on to the next clip. Everybody that's in, get the likes up. If you don't want to send in a super chat, you don't have to. But the other way to support the channel is to like the video. That is free. So do that for me. All right. Next clip. See what else we got in here, man. We got Mike Young sending in $2. Hey, Cooley, thoughts on the war in Iran? Listen, man, we're in war now, so it's really like, you know, was I in agreement with Trump's call? No, I wasn't in agreement with Trump's call at all. I think it's dumb. I think that this war does not benefit America at all. I actually think that this war is anti-America. It is pro those individuals, but anti-America. So, yeah, man, that's my quick thoughts on it. Trump promised us no wars, but he let us down on that 100%. Right? But, you know, some would say, well, the only other option was Kamala Harris. You know what? Still would take Trump over Kamala Harris. Like, still would take him over Kamala Harris, bro. If Kamala Harris was in office, these people would really be in office. Right? They would really be running things. They would be running more things than they're running now. All right, let's see what else we got here. Any other super chats? Tiger says, Cooley is a closet graper. No, man. Definitely not a closet graper. I'm aware of things, but I mean, one of my main streaming platforms is YouTube. So, you know, you can't speak about a whole lot of things, bro. But yeah, homie is aware. I do my studies. I do my research. And these are things that I've, you know, been aware of for a long, long time. Right? I'm 36. I remember I'll give you guys a story, right? Some insight, how I was aware of just that, like I was red pill aware at a very young age. So when 9/11 happened, my brother, he was in prison for maybe about a year or so. It was like a year. He wasn't in there for a long time. But while he was in there, and he was in there like Max. My brother is big dude. He's my height, maybe an inch shorter, but always been big, way bigger than me. Like, I think he's 260 right now. But at the time, he was still, big, probably like 220 or whatever, 225. But anyways, he was in prison with some interesting individuals, and he got us some information prior to 9/11, and he knew about it prior to it actually happening. I remember I was 12 years old at the time, if I do recall, and he was saying some stuff after he got out of prison, like, yo, bro, he's like conspiracy theory. That's what, as far as my mom said, and, the people in the family was saying. These are things that I really didn't understand too much when I was 12 years old, but I remember the family calling him a conspiracy theorist. And he was basically he was telling us some things that he heard that, hey, man, these people, they up to something and they're about to do something soon. And the World Trade Center is going to be in jeopardy again, right? And I remember hearing that. And then when it happened, I stayed home from school. I was playing hooky. Shouts out to the big bro. He was holding me down. He ain't tell Mom Dukes because I was playing hooky. But when it happened, I was like, wait, you said it, this was going to happen. And then, he was wilding out like, bro, he on the phone. This is when cell phones wasn't even out, bro. You had pagers and house phones. He's on the house phone talking to his, people from the, the gang members and all of that type of stuff. And then he had a collect call from the prison like, bro, I told you. I'm like, this is pretty weird. So my mind was already like open to certain things, how these people have been running the world, and that a lot of the things that we see on social media is just a lie. And this is when I was super young. Mind you, I really didn't understand this. I was playing basketball, making music, doing stuff like that. But it just made me it helped me to be aware that everything you see on, media and on the news is just not true. And that these people do have a lot of power and influence over our government. So yeah, man, that's just a little story how I've been aware. I actually did I gotta have my brother on the podcast, man. He's an interesting individual. He spent a lot of his life in prison, over 20 years, and he was in Guantanamo Bay. Like, he was in the most maximum security prisons. He was in Rahway prison. He was in Rikers Island. He was in all of the worst type of prisons, bro. Like, my brother got bodies. I think he was an assassin. I don't know. Who knows? I'm joking about that part. But yeah, he's been in the system, so he's been around a lot of interesting individuals that did a lot of bad things and did a lot of time. So he has a lot of information to share. And actually, he's actually back in prison, right? He may be an assassin. I don't know. I don't know, man. It'd be like that, bro. Anyways, enough of the storytelling. Let's go ahead and hop into the next stream. Everybody, get the likes up. We're going to have a good show tonight. So support the channel by liking the video or, asking a question, sending in a super chat. Send some shadow ban, those type of things do help. All right, so here's the next clip we got from one of the members. Let's see what this chick is talking about.
So this is something I'm starting this semester to help with inclusivity in the classroom, making sure students feel comfortable. So on our first day, I made a simple Google form asking some information from my students. My form asks very simple things. It asks what classes they're in. It asks a preferred name or nickname, preferred pronouns, It asks, is this safe for me to use when I call or email home? And then it asks things about food allergies because we do cook in my class. What stresses them out in class, activities they enjoy, what they're involved in outside of school.
She's basically telling on herself on how she's grooming kids, right? It's a form of grooming that she's doing when she's asking kids questions to actually go against their own parents. One of the questions is, does your parents know that, is your parents aware if I call you these pronouns, is your parents aware of your pronouns? Because if I call them, I'll make sure to use the pronouns that they're used to, basically. Like if you are a man, right? Well, if you're a man, but you think you're a woman and your pronouns is she, they, them. And well, is your parents aware of that? Well, no, my parents aren't aware of that. Okay, that's cool. When I call your parents up for a teacher conference and stuff, I'll make sure to not to say that you in your mind call yourself she, they, them, and all of that. I'm going to let them know to, I got your cover. I got your back. I'll make sure your parents isn't aware of your transition. This is sick. This is what you call sick. This is a plague to society. This woman should lose her job. She should be arrested. She is grooming children and also creating separation from the parents and the children. Right? That's what this is. That's what this is. Let's listen to a little bit more.
And what they hope to gain from this class. And then they turn that in. Then I take that information, and I made up a fake one to show you, but I take that information and I put it straight on my roster. So this is what the substitute sees, or anybody that comes into my classroom if I'm gone for a day. So this information's all on like the roster. So I made up a fake one. So here's how I do it. Their name as it is in the school system is listed. If they have like a preferred name or nickname, I wrote that in there. And notice I left their legal name because they'll go by either. And then I put the pronouns in, and then I put if it was okay to use at home. For this one, I crossed out that name. That's their dead name. They don't want that used anymore. So we're going to go by their preferred name. That way somebody else that walks into my class.
Oh, man, it gets worse. It gets worse. So within her classroom, children, like their parents named them, what's the name? Davis, right? Dave is the last name is Davis. The first name is, let's just say, Michael, right? That's the first name. So it's Michael Davis. That's the real name. That's the name that the father and the mother named the child. This teacher is so against family and unity within the home, so against the nuclear family that she's on the side of the child. Well, what do you want to be called? Do you like the name that your parents gave you? Oh, you don't like that name. Michael? Lucy. Oh, you want to be called Lucy? Okay, well, let's call you Lucy. And then she makes this and utilizes it and gives it to what is it? The substitute teacher. This is crazy. Here's a comment. It says, imagine bragging about hiding mental disorders from parents to prevent them from getting help. Yeah, that's crazy, man. That's truly crazy, because if anything, the teachers should be on the parents' side, not against the parents. They're just children. They don't know any better. They're immature. Their brains aren't even fully developed. Teachers are there to help guide the students, the children, along with the parents. Parents at working, okay, I'll send my kid off to school for 8 hours. Kid is in 7th grade. Okay, cool. Help guide my child. Give my child the knowledge, right? But it's the complete opposite. You send your kids off to her school and she's training your child to be manipulative, go against the order and the rules of your household. Oh, your name is Michael? Oh, no, it's not. It's Lucy, right? This is just crazy. This chick should be fired. In watching stuff like this, you know that evil exists, because this is pure evil. I have no other way to describe it. This would be pure evil, man. We got the right path. The right path, good. Okay. Sends him $5. Do you think Trump and Bibi are really just after the 400 kilos of uranium, and are we much safer with America having most of the nuclear control? Bless. Yeah, man, I think that we are much safer with America having most of the control of nuclear, but we don't have to do that by utilizing, BB, right? There's other ways to have control without giving up control. That, like, if you think about it, right? Like if you're in a partnership, right? This is your partner, this is your teammate. Well, automatically you're giving up some type of resources or control to your teammate, whether if it's even on a basketball team. You got to freaking pass the ball to your teammate, right? Giving up some type of control over the ball. But within this, it's still like the control that is being given up, it isn't benefiting us because they're not reciprocating. Like, these people aren't reciprocating at all. What we already spent, what was it? I think, was it 40 billion? My figures may be wrong. Last time I looked at it, but it was already spent a couple $1 billion on this war already. We're not getting anything in return. Gas prices are still going up. If anything, we're just allocating control to, right? That's all that's happening. Because what do we get out of it? We're not on the receiving end as far as any type of benefits from this war. So you can still have control in because it's not good for people to have their hands on nukes, right? So you want to try to stop that in the most productive, non-confrontational way as possible with it can be many things. It could be trading, like, okay, you guys need this. Well, we don't want you making these nuclear programs. We'll provide you this. And since we don't want you making these nuclear programs, then we're going to need some access to what's going on and make sure you don't have it. Since we're the power, right? If anything, we could just destroy all of these other countries that are against us anyway, right? So you can do things in a more diplomatic way to get the job done. But as far as, BB, nah, man, we're handing over control to him, right? If anything, they're going to be our opponents, right? They're going to be our competition within the next 20 years. If it keeps going how it's going, they're going to be United States competition. Trust and believe, 20 years. They're going to reverse it. First, they're always coming to us, right? Oh, well, could you do this? For us, Trump, do this. Your United States presidents help us out. Then all of a sudden, you're going to see the American presidents start going over there. And when that starts happening, that's when you need to be scared. Well, you actually already should be a little bit like, no, we need to get this under control and get them out of our government. But when you see our government officials start to go over there and hold out a hand and ask them for things, that's when it's a little different, man. That's when you should be worried about your safety. All right, let's get into the next clip. not even live on TikTok right now, but everybody that's tuning in, right? Since we're shadow banned, not a lot, but for the folks that is tuning in, share the video with a friend, get it out there. Let's, push it into the algorithm as much as we can. And also like the video, because that helps it too, bro. Come on. We got Limi sends in $5. Shout outs to Cooley and No Fugazee. Thoughts on women using the child against the father in few steps going forward. Okay. Thoughts on women using children against the father and few steps going forward. Okay, I think I get what you're saying. But yeah, women tend to weaponize their children against the father. They do this all the time. That's like one of the single mother forms of battle, right? Oh, well, the relationship went south. I don't, really can't control him. He's going to talk to other women. But I got this baby's with me. Let me go ahead and weaponize this against him so I can still maintain some level of control over him. They do it all the time. That's one of their mechanisms of having power over you as a father. So this is why you need to be very particular with the women that you choose to date, marry, have children with, right? I just happen to get lucky, man. So personally speaking, right, I got, with my first BM, I got full custody of my daughter. I won that, right? So I put in the work. But many men, I still, if you go out there and knock a chick up, still go out there and try to fight for your child. So that's the thing. You do need to put up a fight. You need to put up a good fight too, right? Save all the text messages, all of that type of stuff. Also have your life in order, have a stable job, live in a place where it's safe. And it's better to live in a good school district because the courts look at that. They'll even compare the school districts to one another. They'll compare the parents' lifestyle to one another. So, yeah, but you don't want to be in that position, man. Yeah. You knock a chick up, things happen. And if that does happen, woo. Yeah, look, man, God is on my side. It's just a blessing that I'm not experiencing that, right? It's just a blessing. All right, let's go ahead and get into the next clip. You got any other super chats in here? Oh, yeah. All right, man. Y'all supporting. Appreciate the support. Shout out to y'all.
No Fugazee.
We got Leah in here sending in $2. Testing for Tyga. Keep it up, Cooley. Thank you, Leah. Appreciate the support. You were testing it for Tyga. Okay. Did Tyga send in the super chat? I don't think I've seen anything from Tyga, but let me double check. Let's do a quick check here. No, I didn't see anything. But shouts out to Cater Riley. Welcome to the gang. He joined the gang. Appreciate the support, man. I highly appreciate the support. Shouts out to Wit Kid coming in with a big $20.
No Fugazee.
Wit Kid, what's up with you, man? Hey, Wit Kid was he joined the last dating and relationship show. He was talking to the Fugazees. And they gave him some good ratings. So Wit Kid, player out here. I know that built up your confidence after you came on. So you like, yeah, you was probably approaching everything at the mall. Homie was approaching everything. After Wit Kid got basically everything was above a 6 as far as his ratings. I know Wit Kid after that podcast was pulling up on everything. He was driving, hey, rolling down the window, Shawty, what's your name? He was hollering at everything in a mall, in Walmart, at gas stations. Nah, I'm playing. But I know you were shooting your shot. You probably put up more shots than Kobe the next day after that stream. I know you did, bro. He says, this is for the shadow ban ransom. Appreciate you. Let's get some good debates going on. We need to get back to debating how feminism ruins women. Who wants the smoke? Yeah, that's a good topic, right? Feminism does ruin women. It ruins societies, actually. It causes the collapse of societies within itself. Any feminist that wants to come up and debate with Kid, he got the topic right there. Let's go live on TikTok, right? Since we're shadow banned on YouTube, we're utilizing other things. So I went ahead and pressed live on TikTok. All right, so I'm live on TikTok. This should get more people to come on up. And on TikTok, the prompts that we have, we got actual prompts. So first prompt is, if evolution is true, knowledge is impossible. That's prompt number 1. If you want to debate that, come on up and let's debate. Prompt number 2 for the TikTok debaters is, feminism is bad for society. If you think that feminism is good, come on up. Prompt number 3, being vulnerable to your girl is generally bad for relationships. If you think that, it's good and it's generally good for men to be vulnerable to their women, cry on their shoulder, tell them all of their problems and moan and whine, then come on up and let's debate. Come on up for the smoke. All right, and everyone that's on TikTok, it is open panel debate night. You see the 3 prompts, so come on up. I'm on YouTube. I'm going to be reacting to some content that you aren't going to be able to see, but come on up at any time if you want to go ahead and debate any of these prompts above. All right, we got Laney. Welcome to the Hitman tier. Oh,
No Fugazee.
Homie out here
Fugazee.
supporting. He done got the $10 tier, man. I appreciate the support. We got Dane Snyder sends in $10. He says, Big Daddy Dane just crashed landed in live chat and bounced a few times. See me jiggle. Glad to be here. Far as I know, I get to enjoy the whole stream tonight without any interruptions. Okay. All right, Dane, you up in here, man. So yeah, man, when I bring up some of these debaters tonight, I expect to see you backstage so I can bring you up. Also with Kid, as far as the members, you guys get, priority access. After I tangle for a few minutes with these debaters that come up, I'll bring up you guys. As far as the TikTok debaters, I'm not utilizing OBS, so we can't do that. But as far as people coming in to debate that's on YouTube, yes, I can definitely bring you up to spar with other people. Get the likes up, everybody. Let's go. All right, next clip. Let's do some more reactions. See what we got. And yeah, man, I got some more interviews coming up too. I know you guys enjoyed the Jay Dyer interview. I'm going to interview some more folks as well. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to interview some more folks as well. So stay tuned, man. We're doing a lot. Also, behind the scenes, I'm working on something dope. You guys are going to like it, right? I already spoke to a few people that's going to be a part of it, but it's going to be dope. So far, more debates, obviously, open debate panels. That's every Tuesday, Wednesday. We just incorporated a call-in dating show. That's going to be Wednesdays. We're doing every other Saturday. So we're trying to really do 2 Saturdays per month. So 2 in-person dating shows per month. And then 1v1 debates. But also, I don't want to give the news yet. I want to make sure everything is, solidified and it's a guarantee before I start speaking about it. But if it does happen, it's going to be big news. Very, very big news. It's going to be the best thing that's happened since No Fugazi podcast for the entire 3 years I've been streaming. If I can pull this off, it's going to be dope. You guys are going to enjoy it. But anyways, all right, so let's get to this next clip. Everybody that's tuning in on TikTok, here are the prompts. If you want to debate, just go ahead and request to come on up and I'll bring you up. Again, I'm reacting to clips on YouTube, so you won't see the things that I'm reacting to. You won't even hear it, but you will hear me reacting to it. So, yeah. Okay, one sec. All right, let's see what this chick talking about.
I think I have a thing for toxic energy. So I think there's still some more healing that I need to do, because when I look back on all of these energies, it's a shame I gave them so much time and there were sweet energies I didn't. And so now she's getting married and starting families. I'm just like, damn, it probably could have been me if I recognized the security and like now. I'm like, yeah, I'm definitely feeling that now. I'm aware that there's something going on. There's something wrong.
What do you think it is that attracts you to like toxic energy?
Okay, so this is what you call zero accountability. She's talking about toxic energies within the people that she's dated in the past, but now she's saying that these men moved on to being, happy relationships with other individuals. But the reason why she broke up with them is because it was toxic energy. So, yeah, and she's basically saying she regrets giving toxic men her attention. But no, you don't really regret it. So let's unpack this a little bit. The only reason why she's saying that she regrets it is because she's viewing which could have been her future life and her future relationship and her future children with certain men from her past, but those certain men from her past went on to build families and create futures with other women that's not her. So she's salty. That's all it is. Like, women always like to use a whole lot of words and say things that really doesn't mean what they're saying. Like, they think that they're saying something, but no, you're actually saying this. You're basically saying that you're salty, and you actually are saying the opposite of what you are saying. You're saying that you don't regret it, but how you're explaining it is pure regret. Like, it's so funny how women do that. Oh, no, I don't regret this, but then they go on to explain how they actually regret something. Stupid.
Energy.
I think they just seem really exciting at first. The chemistry is incredible. And they don't even always be fine. It's not even that like they're sexy or something. I mean, well, they're sexy, but they don't be the finest things I've ever seen.
Yeah.
It's just an energy. Sometimes it's convenience, what we talk about. A lot of the sweet.
And it's so funny. So it was the energies, she says that, well, some of these men I wasn't even really attracted to these guys, but it was the energy and they would kind of swindle me. Basically, she's saying she's playing victim here. Like, I was basically swindled into believing that these guys were good men, but actually they're just toxic. Well, no, that's really not how that works, right? The thing is, you have to take accountability, and the facts is that you were susceptible to guys that had game and guys that can riz you up, put you in a certain, give you a certain type of feeling. And then since you're only loyal to how you feel, you go ahead and sleep around with guys that make you feel good. Right? And that's what women find themselves in. They find themselves becoming a victim, not to other men, but a victim to their own mental state and their own feelings. Right? That's what they truly are a victim to. You. No, you did this to yourself. You should take some blame here. You should take full accountability. It's not the guy's job is to make women feel comfortable and make women feel the vibe. Build some type of chemistry, some type of connection. That's literally his job when dating. Right? Now, these relationships just didn't happen to work out for you. So then afterwards, you see those men in relationships with women, and those relationships are flourishing, and you're just a hater. You're salty because you don't have those guys. You turned down those individuals. Or the other thing is, those individuals that raised you up, clapped cheeks, they disposed of you, and now you're just salty, right? That's not like, it's like this, bro. If you go to, let's say, what's one of those, trying to think, what the freak are they called? Not a store, but you know when people be selling, let me just say a store because I can't remember the name right now. But let's say if you go to put it like this, you go to the mall, and you know the mall always has those kiosks in like the middle of the mall, like just in the hallway of the mall, and people be trying to sell you stuff. Let's say you walk in through the mall, someone comes up and like, hey, listen, man, I got this, this service right here. I can provide you this service, and it works really good. Well, I can provide you this product with a service, and it works pretty good, man. And they basically sell you on buying this product and their service. And then you come to find out that, oh man, this is some crappy product. Should you not take any blame for that? Let's think about this. Should you not take any blame for being susceptible and unaware that the product was maybe not all that great? You could have did your Googles, right? You could have did many things to become more aware before you purchase something. So you could have went on Google. Oh, you're trying to sell me this? What's the name of it? Okay, let me go on Google. Let me look at the reviews. Oh, okay. All right. Not so good reviews. I'm good. Women can do the same thing. When women are talking to men and men is running game on them, they can go ahead and do their research, which women always do. Women tend to find out things about your life before they even go out on a date with you. They are freaking investigators and detectives. That's what they do. And then they talk amongst one another, right? They always talking amongst one another. There's literally on Facebook, there's groups that's called Are We Dating the Same Guy? Which means that all of these women are coming together collectively to, spill the tea on men. And there's also an app called the Tea app, where that's what women do. So they're always looking and investigating. But the truth is, it really doesn't matter how much investigation they do, because they're only truly loyal and they only truly prioritize how they feel. So if you can make a woman feel a certain type of way, listen, man, you got her. You're going to be able to get what you want out of her. And this is why women need fatherly masculine guidance, especially in their younger years, to guide them, to give them some understanding on men. But not only that, to let them know that, listen, your value in a dating marketplace is tied to sex. So you don't want to be out there dating many people and having sex with many people because, one, your reputation will go down. But not only that, it's going to be harder for you to feel satisfied. So when women become more promiscuous, one, yes, it can destroy their reputation, but also it destroys their ability to be satisfied in a long-term relationship because they compare and contrast. They're comparing the last guy they've been with the current guy, right? That's what they tend to do. But this chick is just dumb. Got some people up on TikTok. It looks like we got some people that want to debate. Let me check this out first. What's going on, man? Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. What do you want to debate about?
Just wanted to talk about like the first proposition that you have up there.
Okay, give me a second here. Let me go ahead and close this down real quick. Share my TikTok screen, and we can get down to it. 1 second. All right, and we got, there we go. All right, man. So you said you want to speak about the first proposition. So if evolution is true, knowledge is impossible. What's your thoughts?
I want to know, like, what do you mean by knowledge is impossible?
Yeah. So if evolution is true, are you atheist? Do you believe in evolution?
Yeah.
Okay. So here's the argument. So evolution posits the origin of species is accidental, random, materialistic, and emergent. So if everything is accidental and random and materialistic, let me ask you, actually my first question would be, if everything is materialistic, do you think that logic derives from the brain? Or is logic does logic have a different ontology than us?
So I think you're starting off with a bad premise. I don't think that evolution is random. I think there's
Wait, you don't think that evolution is random? Evolution is accidental. That's the origin of species is that it's accidental. It's random. So what are you talking about?
The origin of species, that I don't think it's accidental.
So how did everything come in? So how did everything come to exist?
How did everything come to exist? To be honest, I don't know. But all we know is what we can measure through time. Before time, we don't know. We have no real evidence of.
Okay, and do you believe that basically it's a bottom-up process, that things basically emerge from bottom up?
Things emerge from, what do you mean by bottom up?
So like basically we came from monkeys, bro.
I think we share a common ancestor with monkeys, yeah.
Okay, so you think that we came from chimpanzees and stuff like that. So and that's the thing. So was that accidental or was that on purpose?
I think it's natural selection. I think it's just the way the abiogenesis happened.
Is natural selection random or is natural selection on purpose?
Natural selection
is it accidental? Like what?
I wouldn't say it's accidental. I'm just thinking.
So what is it?
It's the way the world. I just think it's the way the world tended to fold, tended to naturally happen. Something can be natural and not be random.
Okay. So can you demonstrate or give any empirical evidence that we came from monkeys?
Yeah. So why do you think you have a tailbone?
Why do you think we have a tailbone?
Yeah, everybody in the world has a tailbone. Why do you think that is?
That isn't a answer to my question. That's a question. That's just another question.
So I'll answer. So we have a tailbone because it's what science calls a coccyx. That's a scientific word for it. But we have a tailbone because our common ancestors had tails.
Yeah, you're assuming. You're making an assumption here. You're making a fatal flaw by assuming that the tailbone that we derived the tailbone from the monkeys. How do you know that monkeys didn't get the tailbones from us?
So I didn't say that. I didn't say that the tailbone arrived from the monkey. It arrived from our common ancestor.
Okay, so the common ancestor would be the monkey.
Yeah.
Okay, so then the tailbone. Tailbone from the monkey.
The common ancestor wouldn't be the monkey.
What's the common ancestor? I thought you just said the monkey is the common ancestor.
No, so I misspoke.
Okay.
The common ancestor wouldn't be the monkey. It would be the bipedal form of evolution. Homo erectus, Homo fragilis. There's a bunch of different forms of humans that bridge the gap between man. That bridge the gap between ape and man.
Okay. So, but if you take it all back, these Homo erectus and things, they got the tailbone from the monkey?
Yeah, they got the tailbone from our common ancestor.
Yeah, so you're not refuting the argument or even making an argument. You're actually proving the argument that, the Homo erectus, human beings got the tailbone from the Homo erectus got it from the monkey. So I'm just saying, my question to you is that I need an answer to is very simple, because you're making an assumption that that's where the tail.
Fact. It's not an assumption. It's fact.
Okay. You want me to finish my sentence or?
Go for it.
Okay. Got you. So you're making an assumption that the tailbone derived from the monkey, tailbone, right? In monkey, you're saying that it derived over time to human beings from the monkey. Right? That's the assumption you're making. Now, there's no empirical evidence for you to prove that. And my question is this: how do you know that the tailbone that we have, that the monkeys actually didn't get it from us? So you're making an assumption. I can make the same assumption. I can say that. So the argument is simple. I just flip it on you. I can say that, well, no, the monkeys got the tailbones from us. Actually, monkeys came from human beings.
That's not the
point.
way.
The point is, you wouldn't have any empirical evidence for it. I wouldn't have any empirical evidence for it. We would just be assuming something, but your assumption says that, the tailbone comes from the monkey. My assumption is, you don't have no evidence. You're just saying it. And then my assumption with no evidence is, the tailbone came from us, and that's how the monkeys got it.
You're not letting me give you that. I could literally give you that.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so if you look at the evolutionary chain, right? There's multiple different forms of human beings. If you look at our evolutionary species, our skeletal structure, our bipedal nature. If you go back in history in the evolutionary chain, you could see that these sets of genomes match these creatures.
Do you know that we're about 70% of our DNA matches with a banana? So did the banana come from us, or did we come from the banana?
I just said. So screw everything I just said.
No, everything you just said, everything you just said goes into what I just said. That's what it means. You're just saying that just because a certain percentage of DNA matches with something, this means that it comes from that. You're making that assertion. You're just making an assertion that, this is a match here within the DNA structure, so therefore this is where we came from. I'm asking you, how do you know that all of this other stuff that matches our DNA, how do you know that didn't derive from us? Can you answer that question? How do you know? You truly, if there's a match, I'll give you an example, right? So if let's say this isn't going to be true. This is just a hypothetical example, chat. But let's just say Cadillac uses Honda parts. Cadillac, you're making that assertion. Cadillac uses the transmission that's from a Honda because the transmission within the Honda and the Cadillac have the same structure, right? So hypothetically, the same transmission within the Cadillac and the Honda is completely the same. Let's say this. It shares 70% of similarities. Right? It shares 70% of similarities within the transmission, but you say that, I think that the transmission actually came from the Honda for this Cadillac, so I think that the entire Cadillac basically came from the Honda Civic. That's what you're saying. You're saying this, asserting it, but you can't demonstrate it. So just because we share some type of commonality within our DNA, this doesn't mean that that's where we derive from. That's my argument. So go ahead. I'll land my plane. Go ahead. Yeah. Floor's yours.
So you can make all the false analogies and comparisons all you want. The reality is,
it's a pretty good analogy.
It's really not, because we literally know how Cadillacs and vehicles come.
Yeah, doofus. It's just an analogy to explain because you have a hard time thinking.
It's a bad one. You had a bad analogy, but it's okay. That's all right. People make bad
Got
analogies all
to
the time.
understand.
No, I understand. It's just
Can you
bad.
answer my question though?
I'm trying.
Okay.
I'm trying.
Wait. Repeat my question back so I know that you know what it is.
So your argument is that just because, so with your car analogy, you said, okay, well, since one car maker and another car maker have the same transmission,
70%.
Yeah, 70%. It means you're trying to make it analogous to, the tail, right?
Yeah.
Right. That's it. Like I understood your analogy, but I'm saying
but also, what's my question though?
Your question was, how do we know that the transmission from one car is essentially the same as the other car? Trying to compare that to humans and apes.
Yeah, no. You see, you don't got my question. The question is simply this: if we share something, if we have something in common with monkeys, with bananas, and all of these things, you are making an assertion that the thing that we have, the commonality, is where we derived from. So we came from monkeys because there's commonality within the DNA. I'm asking you, well, I know it's common, right? There's commonality there, and there's commonality.
It's more than just commonality.
But here's the question. How do you know that the monkeys didn't come from us with this position? With your position, how do you know that the monkeys didn't come from us, but we came from the monkeys? Where's that distinction? Answer that.
Because we have empirical evidence that shows the human evolution. I mean, you can make those faces.
Wait, what empirical evidence? That's what I'm waiting for.
Because we have multiple different forms of humans. You know that, right?
The multiple different forms does not demonstrate how we got our tailbones from the monkey, because monkeys are still, why are monkeys still here?
That's like saying,
if we derive from monkeys,
that makes no sense.
No. It's a question. Please try to answer it. If you are asserting that we came from monkeys and we got the tailbone from the monkeys, and then was these other humanoid species that also started developing the tailbone, and then the human form, that's how we got it. It came from the monkey. But these other human forms are no longer here. But how the freak the monkeys are here?
That's like saying if Americans are originally from Europe.
No, I'm asking you. I'm not saying anything. I'm asking you.
Yeah. That is what I just said. That's an actual good comparison that you can compare it to. That's like saying if Americans come from Europe, why is Europe still here? No. It's easy. Because America's migrated, and over time we spread out, similar to evolution.
What? You're saying that something changed, bro. You're saying that the monkeys, you're speaking about a change. It's a gradual change. So if monkeys changed to humans, actually changed, and there were different forms of humans, why aren't those other humans here, but the most weakest form is still here?
You ready?
So you have the weakest form. You have the other forms that's actually stronger than the monkeys and like more smarter and stuff and more conscious. Then you have the human beings, the apex predator, the superior beings. How did the superior and the weaker survive, but this middle section just all died?
Because we didn't come from monkeys. We came from the common ancestor.
Bro, he moved. Hey, coach, I can't score, coach. He's moving the goalposts. So,
I've said that since the beginning.
Coach,
I've said that since the beginning.
Coach, he just said that we derived from monkeys, and monkeys is a common ancestor.
I've said common ancestor from the beginning. Read your own playbook because you don't know.
But if it's we walk through it. If it's a common ancestor, here's what you said. First, let's just rewind it back. I said, so you saying that we came from monkeys? You say, yeah. And then you said,
I didn't say that.
Listen,
I didn't say that.
Stop it. You're a liar. You said, I misspoke. You said, oh, no, I misspoke.
I'm not a liar. I'm somebody that lies. But
no, listen. You said, I misspoke. We actually derived from other humanoid species.
Didn't say that either.
All right. So now, since you're a liar, if we're gonna have an honest, if we're gonna have a conversation, you can't be lying, bro. Or I'm going to boot you.
I'm not lying.
So I got it. Listen, since you failed, any of your arguments on trying to prove evolution, can you answer this question for me though?
Go ahead.
Can you answer this question? Because you haven't answered any of my question. How about you answer my first original question? Can you try to answer this one question?
Go ahead.
Okay, got it. My first original question was, evolution posits that everything is materialistic. Do you agree to that?
I don't think evolution posits that.
Okay, so evolution does not posit. Do you want to just Google your worldview? You don't even know what your worldview posits. Evolution does posit that
as an atheist worldview.
There's just a materialistic worldview. Are you a physicalist? Do you believe in only the physical, the material? Yes or no?
I believe anything that can be proven.
Okay, so you're an empiricist. You only believe in things that can be proven. So then, how about logic? Can logic be empirically proven?
Can logic be empirically proven?
Yeah.
Sure, yeah.
How can you empirically prove logic?
Because we have brains that can logically and consciously think.
That's not proving logic exists. I'm asking you to empirically prove logic exists. So can you find logic under a microscope in a brain? Can you find this?
Because logic is a concept.
So logic is a mental concept.
Yeah.
Oh, and this mental concept, is it physical?
No, it's not physical.
Okay, so it's not physical. So then if you're an empiricist, then what empirical evidence do you have to prove this immaterial concept?
The immaterial concept of logic?
Yes. Where is it? Where is it? Can you find it anywhere? We need empirical evidence.
Can you define logic?
Okay. Do you know the 3 laws of logic?
Can you refresh my memory?
I could just tell you, bro. The first law is the law of identity. The second law is the law of excluded middle. The third is the law of non-contradiction. Currently, right now, in order for us to speak sentences, we are both utilizing logic. So I'm asking you, right? If you are an empiricist, then you only believe, this words that came out of your mouth, you only believe in things that can be empirically proven.
I never said only. Go ahead.
Okay. So do you only believe, listen, man, you lying so much, man. I'm going to ask you again. Do you only believe in things that can be empirically proven? Yes or no?
Do I only believe things that can be empirically proven? No, because I believe, but I do proportion my beliefs to the evidence.
Okay, with evidence. And evidence, you need evidence for things. And what type of evidence would satisfy you to believe that something is true? Is it physical evidence that you'll need? Yes or no?
Physical evidence? It depends on the thing. It depends on what you're asking me.
I'm asking you about logic. You just said that logic isn't in the physical world. It's a material. You said it's a concept. I'm asking you, where is it? You said that, well, I need evidence, but there's no evidence for logic in it of itself other than us utilizing logic as a tool. But can you actually find logic in it of itself? Can you find it in a microscope? Is there any type of evidence that you have for logic?
Well, no, the concept of logic can't be physically found under a microscope, and neither can hope, and neither can belief, and neither can anything.
Can you? Okay, great. Thank you for saying that. You can't find it under a microscope. So then what's your evidence for it other than us using logic?
What's my evidence for logic other than us using logic?
Yes. because that wouldn't be proof. Like, how can you prove something exists by just saying that, oh, well, the proof is that I'm using it right now? That's not evidence for the thing itself.
How can you prove? So what you're asking me is, how can I prove a concept exists other than us using the concept as the concept existing?
Yes.
That's the proof, the concept existing.
Okay, well, if that's the case, the concept of, if that's the case, that you believe that logic exists just because, you know, it's a concept in the mind and the concepts exist, well, you know what? I believe in Narnia. Also, I believe Barney is real. Barney is real. Barney is just not a cartoon. Barney is real. It's a real dinosaur dragon looking thing that's purple, and it's this concept in my mind. If it's the case that all we need for things to actually have evidence to exist within your worldview, if it's just concepts that we use, then any concept that I magically make in my head would be evidence for the thing to exist. So Barney, Narnia is actually true. I'm Goku from Dragon Ball Z. Yeah, nigga, I turn Super Saiyan. I'm really like that. That's this concept in my mind that I utilize. So that's evidence
that thing
for
would
it.
Also have to reflect reality.
What you talking about?
That thing we would also have to make sure that thing reflects with the reality and what we know about the world.
Okay,
and
so it has to.
Goku doesn't exist in the real world.
Oh, okay. All right. I got you. So it has to reflect reality. And what is reality?
The state of things being real.
Reality is the state of things being real. And what is real?
The state of things being observable and testable.
The state of things being observable and testable. But if it's the case that what is reality is real and the state of things being observable and testable, but you cannot test logic, then is logic real? You can't observe logic and you can't test it. So is that real under your worldview?
You can't observe logic of the concept.
How can you observe? I'm not speaking. You didn't even know what the 3 classical laws of logic was. I had to tell you. So I'm asking you, logic in it of itself, can you like look in a microscope or a telescope and see it in the stars? Can you actually observe it with your own sense data? That's what you just said. What's real is what we can observe.
If it reflects reality, you can.
Okay, how can we observe it though?
How can we observe? We can do things that make logical sense.
That's dumb.
Observe things that make logical sense.
That refuted it. We can do things. How do we know the things that we're doing actually makes logical sense?
That's like saying, how do we know that math makes logical sense?
Well, yeah, under your worldview, that will be that question too. How do we actually know these things? If it's the case, from what you said, reality is what's real, and what's real is what we can observe and what we can test. I'm asking you, then basically it's observation and it's what we can test. Do we have any observation of logic? Can we do any test on logic itself? We can only do the concept. We can only test what these concepts are in our mind. Yeah. So if it's the case, listen, let me land my plane. If it's the case that from your worldview, logic is only concepts, and the only way to test these concepts is by testing it in our mind. So that means that the mind is is actually what, and the mind is finite anyway. So this would be subjective. That means that logic wouldn't even be objective. Logic would be subjective from your worldview. But that means that the mind is the ultimate tester. So any concept that I derive from my mind, I can test it within my mind, which would then make it reality, which then proves my point that Barney would be real. Narnia would be real. I'm cooking you right now.
You're really not. You're just saying a bunch
of No, you're being cooked.
No sense. I mean, you can think that. That's fine.
No, you're truly being cooked.
No,
It's a
you're just saying a
bloodbath.
bunch of stuff that makes no sense. It's
Okay,
really
tell me
not.
which one. What didn't make sense?
So the concept of logic is a tool. You can't put it under a microscope to physically see it, but it's a tool we use.
Oh, okay,
Just
okay.
like love.
So it's
You
a
can't
tool,
put love under a microscope.
so we
It's a
can't test
tool to
it.
judge-
So then it's
judge
not
actions.
reality. You just said reality is what we can observe and test, but now you're saying that logic we can't test it. So I guess
I
logic
didn't say
isn't.
reality was something we can observe and test.
Wait, now you're lying. You didn't say
I am not.
reality wasn't something that we can observe and test.
I did not say that.
You did. It's just
I
like
said
the whole
that
monkey
I
argument.
judged-
I repeat it back.
I said no. You don't have to repeat it. I'll
Okay,
tell
go
you.
ahead.
I said that in order, I believe things that can be observed and tested, right, and reflect reality. That's what I said.
You're misspeaking. I asked you the question. You said, well, that's not reality. I talked about Barney and Narnia. Well, you said that, well, that wouldn't be possible in reality. I asked you, what is reality? You said reality is something that is real. I said, what is real? You said real is something that we can observe and something that we can test. So that means that reality is something that we can observe and something that we can test. I'm asking you, logic, you just admitted that we can't test it under a microscope. So under your worldview, logic, would it be real?
Logic is a tool.
Logic
that we can
wouldn't
use to,
exist.
Logic.
It wouldn't
logic
be
is a
reality.
tool that- Logic is a tool that we use to observe whether something can reflect reality.
Logic is a tool that we use.
I'm cooking you right now, sir.
Okay, logic is a. Hey, coach, he's moving the goalpost so much, but I'm going to allow it to
I'm
happen.
really
It's totally
not.
fine. So
I'm really not. Your
logic
goalpost
is just a tool. Now, this tool that we use, right? I'm asking you, where does it derive from? The mind, right?
Yeah.
Okay. It derives from the mind. Now, how do we know that it's real and actually exists?
How do you know that the mind is real?
How do we know that logic? So listen, follow me. You said that logic is a tool that we use. I asked you, where does logic derive from? You say the brain, basically. It derives from the brain, the mind. I say, well, okay. If it derived from the mind, right, then basically where is it? If it's in the mind, how do we know that it's real?
If it's in the mind, how do we know that it's real?
Yeah.
If it's in the mind, how do we know that it's real?
Mm-hmm.
How do we know that concepts are real? How do we know that any concept is real?
No, I'm asking you. You said you
How
do
do we
believe
distinguish-
that logic exists. You believe that is real. I'm
Yeah.
asking you, how is it real?
Because it's testable and provable.
Okay, because it's
The-
tested. Okay,
Because
so
the
real.
the tools that because the tools that we use of logic manifest in reality and they're testable and real.
Okay, the tools that we use with logic, right? So in order for us to even test something, we would have to utilize logic, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So in order for the mind to even test it, the mind would have to utilize logic. But how can we test something if we're also utilizing it?
Experimentation.
With an experiment, we would still have to utilize logic. So how can we test for it if we're utilizing it?
What do you mean, how can we test for it if we're utilizing it?
Yeah. How can you utilize something and test for it? You know, if you got a screwdriver, right? And you're using the screwdriver, how can you test for the screwdriver if you're using it? If you're using the screwdriver and you're saying that this is what you're testing for, like you're using the screwdriver for the test, but you're doing the test for the screwdriver, how is that testing out what's in question?
Because we can see if this screwdriver is best fit for this this variable test.
How can you test for something how can you test for something, for the existence of something, by utilizing the tool to test for the existence for it? Wouldn't you have to utilize something else to test if that exists?
Is this one big God of the gaps fallacy?
What are you speaking about? You just said I have a screwdriver and I'm going to test to see if the screwdriver exists with the screwdriver. You need to use something else to test to see if the screwdriver exists other than the screwdriver. It's circular. Sure. You dork.
Sure. Well, first of all, I didn't call you names. Please don't call me names. And if you want to, we can end the live right now.
Oh man, don't be sensitive, bro.
No, it's about respect. Ain't about
I mean, but don't be sensitive, man. You could call me names too. I'm fine with it. It's no Fugazee podcast, man.
I don't respect people like that. But that's all right. It's okay if you do, but I just won't be on here if you do. But
listen, man. I'm gonna continue to call. There's no censorship over here, and I'm not gonna allow guests to tone police me by the words that I use. I call many people dorks, bro. You just happen to be one of them, and it's okay. But if you are sensitive, then you can just remove yourself off the stream, or I can boot you. I can boot you myself if you're that sensitive.
You could. I'm just saying, I have the same respect I have you. I haven't called you names. I'm just asking for the same respect.
Well, you don't understand what I'm saying.
That's how you want to raise it. That's cool.
Okay. You don't understand what I'm saying, and I'm explaining it in many different ways. So let me just give you my argument, right? So here, man. Evolution for prompt 1 isn't true. Well, if evolution is true, then knowledge is impossible. Because from evolution, it makes clear claims that everything is accidental and random and materialistic, and it's an emergent process. It's a bottom-up process. You even explained it yourself. We derive from monkeys. You can set that straw man
up all day long. It won't make it true. Evolution is real. We have literal facts that say it is.
You keep cutting me off, and I'm trying to give you some understanding of my position, right? I'm just stating clear here from under your worldview, there isn't a case for knowledge to exist at all and be possible. Also, by the things that you said, if it's the case that, logic is in the mind, and what we use to test for it to see if it's real is observation and a test, but we would need to use logic to do the test. This wouldn't prove logic itself. You wouldn't be able to test for it by using it. So that's just dumb. And then also, if it's the case that concepts from our mind, since you think that logic actually just comes from the brain, these concepts that we make up are real, and the only way to prove if it is real is by observing it and testing it, then there can be many things that can be real. I can make up certain concepts and it can actually be reality from your worldview, like Narnia and Barney.
Well, can you test for Narnia in reality? Like, can you actually substantiate Narnia? If so, then congratulations, you just made Narnia.
Yeah, from your position, I can. I'll tell you how. Because your position is only observation and testing if it's true, but you use the mind to do this. You don't use anything else. You just use the mind to do the testing. So it's all subjective to me.
Fact, statistics.
What'd you say?
The mind, data, fact, statistics, history.
Okay, great. But you still haven't demonstrated how logic exists based off of your argument and the words that came out of your mouth. It's possible that me thinking of things would exist, like Narnia, Barney, and I'm Goku from Dragon Ball Z.
Because those things don't reflect reality.
Yeah, like your worldview leads people to believe that a man can be a woman and a woman can be a man. Do you think that that's the case? Can a man actually be a woman? Because remember, the man
No,
thinks
how do we
he's a
get there?
woman. He thinks he's
I'm
a woman,
100%
and you can observe it because he puts on clothes, and like a woman, he's taking estrogen pills, and he cut off his wang. So is that man actually a woman?
Well, one, I'm 100% against today's modern gender ideology.
Well,
so
no,
being
you're
the wrong
not.
person there.
Based off of
I
your
am.
worldview, you're actually 100%
Now-
for
now-
and in
now you're
support
making assumptions.
of the
Now you're
trans
making
community.
No, now you're making
Yes,
assumptions.
because
I don't even know how
anything that
got
we
here.
think of, any concepts, anything that we believe that we are, then guess what? If you can observe it, you can test for it, then it's true. Barney is real, right?
No.
It's really real because a man put on a costume, a Barney costume, and now Barney is real.
That's literally not how that works. I don't know. I
That's
don't know
basically
why
what you
you're
said,
not-
man. But listen,
I don't
man,
know why you're like,
you don't have the high enough IQ to be able to hang with me. I had fun with you, and I do appreciate the spirited debate. Have a blessed one.
You too.
Had some fun with him. Had to have a little fun chat, right? We had to have a little fun. All right. Get the likes up, man. I hope you guys enjoyed that. That was pretty interesting. Where we at? Get the likes up, folks. That was an easy victory.
No Fugazee. Fugazee.
All right, let's see if we got any super chats in here. If you guys making fun of Barney. Hey, man. Let me see. No super chats. All right, I think we're good. All right, I didn't miss anything. Well, listen, guys, I appreciate the support then. Let's get some more folks up here. Let's see what we got up here. So anyone that wants to join the stream on TikTok, go ahead and click the link. You can come on up. If you're on YouTube, you want to go ahead and join the stream, go ahead and click that link. Come on up. You got Yo Boy Lame backstage. What's up, Yo Boy Lame? Are you here to debate? Because I'm trying to keep it strictly business. Hit me in a private chat if it's something personal. And then what else we got? We got Right Path Good. I see you, Right Path Good. Yeah, man. Don't have time right now to read everything you sent in a private chat, but I do appreciate your support and I will read it after. But if you want to come on up, just write me in a private chat. Like if you want to debate a topic, let me know. But if you're just enjoying yourself, that's totally fine, man. All right. So first prompt is if evolution is true, knowledge is impossible. Prompt 2, feminism is bad for society. And then prompt 3 right above me, being vulnerable to your girl generally is bad for relationships. We'll put the generally in there because are there some chicks that's just like, they want to be macho, right? There's like 0.1% of women that's okay with wearing the pants in a relationship and okay with her boyfriend crying to her. Yeah, I'm sure there's some G.I. Jane chick out there like that. So we're not going to say all, but we'll say generally. Most women. Right? All right. Let's see where we at. We got J. Beta King joined the membership for 12 months. Shouts out to you, man.
No Fugazee.
And he joined at the Mob Ties tier. This is how you know JB is a true supporter. That's the $25 tier. He says, what's going on, family? Hey, JB, what's going on with you, brother? What's going on with you? We got Yo Boy Lame join gang again. Appreciate you, Yo Boy Lame, always in here supporting.
No Fugazee.
We got Leah joined the member for 1 month at the gang level. She says, Cooley, can we get a prompt repeat, please? And perhaps a little elaboration on that first one. Sorry, I'm just a woman after all. Yeah, so basically the argument that I was making, right, it's a transcendental argument. And logic, right, there's no empirical evidence for logic. And that atheist that I had up, he's just dumb. right? Atheists believe that everything is accidental and random, and it's it's just the material world. Most of them believe that it's just the material world. Now, are there some of them that is like, well, I do believe in the immaterial world? There are some of them out there as well. But even if that's the case, they just believe that the immaterial world is like logic, reason, beauty, all of these concepts, these metaphysical categories that can't be empirically proven through a microscope. All of these things just derive from the mind, but the mind also derives from the brain. Like consciousness, all of this just derives from the brain itself. It's not in a different category. Like logic doesn't have a different ontology than us. Well, we know that that isn't true because logic would be in a universal category. It's a universal claim in a universal category that it's in because logic is in accordance with everything that we can observe and everything that is true. So under their worldview, the entire world was created in a logical way because we can observe this as just what's here. So this would mean that prior to minds being here, the human mind, logic would have had to exist so everything to be created in a logical way. And my argument is that logic exists in God, right? Logic comes from God. So all of these transcendental categories like logic, reason, math, induction, deduction, predication, all of these things that we utilize every day to just make a sentence. These things have to be grounded, right? They have to be grounded in something that is eternal, omniscient, and divine in order for it to be universal and always to exist prior to the entire universe being here. And under my worldview, we ground these transcendental categories in God. So from my worldview, the Christian worldview, it is possible for knowledge to exist, but under the atheist position, the evolutionist position, it is not possible for logic to exist if it's the case that everything is accidental, random, and material. It just wouldn't be possible for the immaterial to have any impact on the material. If the immaterial is objective and universal, well, I thought that from the worldview that everything is just material and accidental. And it's an emergent process, so things evolve over time. Like they believe in, the universe been here for 48 trillion billion years. And it was a big bang that happened, and after that big bang happened, that created everything, and then basically we came from dirt, and then it was monkeys, and it was just ocean first, and it was land animals, and then it was dirt, and then it was those little those sea creatures started crawling up on on the land, and then they transitioned to a shark transitioned to a monkey, then the monkey transitioned to a human. Like, what? And they come up with all of these conclusions based off of common DNA. So the argument that I was simply making that, yeah, bro, we have like 70% of our DNA is common with bananas. Did we come from a banana? No. So his argument was stupid. Since we have some type of common DNA structure within a monkey, does this mean that we came from the monkey? So I simply asked him, well, with that logic, we can just say that the banana came from us and that the monkey came from us, because there's no way for him to demonstrate how we actually came from the monkey. It's just a dumb argument. So anyone else that wants to come up and debate, let's go. Click the link, everybody, on TikTok. I'm live on TikTok and YouTube, but click the link on TikTok and request to come up, and I'll bring you up. All right? That's all you got to do. Request to come up, and you'll be up. You'll be up here, man. Let me see here. Who we got backstage? Let's bring up a YouTube debater. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. State your name and what do you want to debate about?
What's going on, big dog, man? My name Prince, man.
What's going on,
I
man?
wanted to tap in. I just wanted to tap in with you real quick, man, and get your thoughts on a couple of things as far as religion and spirituality. Because I follow your channel, you know what I'm saying, and a little bit of your content. But excuse me, I wanted to get into, you know what I'm saying, your thoughts on, because I think you just had the atheists on and you kind of just cooked them up a little bit. So I kind of wanted to see what your thoughts was as far as Christianity, religion. Are you a believer in Christian? Are you a Christian yourself?
Yeah, man. So tonight is debate night. I really only want to engage with the folks that want to debate. But I do appreciate the call and the questions that you have. I do answer a lot of these questions just by, on my regular shows. So continue to watch. I'm sure you'll get all your questions answered. But yeah, I am a Christian to answer that question for you. Okay, man?
Okay, well, this perfect then, because it's a debate then. I got my answer.
Oh, okay.
So we can make it a debate.
All right. Sure. What do you want to debate about?
So my first question is, do you take the Bible as literal, or do you take it as parables and allegories?
Yeah, you're asking
like
many questions. I asked you a question that you didn't answer. I asked you what do you want to debate about? And then you go on to ask me other questions.
My bad. I wanted to debate Christianity and religion versus spirituality.
Okay, what is spirituality?
So spirituality is it's a concept based on the universal laws, the laws of the universe, and different stuff like that. Meditation, frequency, vibration, things of that nature. And it teaches to look inward and acknowledge the God in you. It internalizes God versus religion and Christianity externalizes God. Okay. Got it. So within the spiritual worldview, the spirituality worldview, you believe that simply we are gods ourselves then? Correct. Okay. A fractal of the creator. Yes, sir. Okay. So then there is a creator. 1,000%. Got it. So what would be from religion? Okay. Well, then what would be the distinction between us and the creator? In what aspect? The nature. I don't understand your question. You say, what's the nature of God and what's the nature of us? What's the distinction between us? So it's kind of like a difficult question to ask, because people have a certain perception on what God is. God ain't necessarily an entity that has a specific nature, especially one that's as described as in religion or Christianity. It has a nature, but not the nature of what people typically associate God with. Well, is the nature of your God all good? Again, it's a loaded question, because there's no such thing as all loaded good. Question. God, what do you mean? Yeah, I mean, because it's the perception on it. There's no such thing as really all good or all bad. Bad ain't nothing but an extreme opposite end of what good is. So they're not two separate things. They are the opposite and extreme ends of the same thing. So it depends on the perception that you give it and what you mean by when you say good and bad. Because there's technically no such thing as no good or bad. Like I said, they are just extreme opposites of the same thing. Okay, so that makes any sense. Well, if you're saying it really doesn't make sense, it doesn't follow. If you're saying that it's two opposite ends of the same thing. And what is that thing? That's what I want to know. What is that thing? Yeah. That thing is unconditional love. So unconditional love is truly and really the only emotion, and every other emotion is a derivative or a twisted form of love. So unconditional love can be perceived as good, and actions that contradict unconditional love can be perceived as what people think is bad. So there's no really such thing as good and bad. They just opposite ends of unconditional love. Okay. So if, and everybody on TikTok, I'm debating someone on YouTube. I see I got somebody on TikTok, V-Dub. I'll bring you up shortly after I debate with him. Now, you will not be able to hear the person that I'm debating on YouTube. To hear him via TikTok, you would have to go over
to YouTube at No Fugazee Podcast on YouTube to watch this debate. So I'm debating on 2 platforms just for everybody that's on TikTok. All right. So simply, you're saying that the thing is unconditional love, and the closer you are to unconditional love is good. The further you are away from unconditional love is bad.
Depending on your perception. It's all based on subjectivity.
Okay, so it's just all subjective.
Yeah. Correct.
Okay, so under your worldview, then good and bad is just subjective.
It's a perspective, yeah.
Yeah, it's just all subjective then.
Yeah.
Okay, so then you wouldn't have a problem with well, I'll say this. If it's all subjective, then you can't make any claims within this debate. You can't make any arguments within this debate because from your worldview, spirituality, the morality is all subjective. So I can just grant it and say, well,
is morality not subjective?
I'll grant it and say, yeah, okay, it's all subjective under your worldview. Christianity is subjective. It's all subjective. And if it's the case that it's all subjective, then who's more valid than one another? I say Christianity is right, but that's my own subjective preference. You say Christianity is wrong and spirituality is right, but that's also all subjective. What would make me more valid than you, or you more valid than me?
Right. So, I mean, it depends. It's always a right and wrong way to do something, but good and bad don't necessarily mean right and wrong. You equating the two. So good don't always mean right and bad don't always mean wrong. Those are subjective, and those are subjective perspectives.
Well, no. When we're speaking about, there can definitely be a right way. The right and wrong, the only distinction is if you're using it for utility. So it can be a right way to, create an engine. There's a right way to do that. There's a wrong way to create an engine. So that there's right and wrong. And yeah, that will be a distinction from good or bad. But if we're speaking about good or bad, we are insinuating right and wrong also. Because if you're saying that something is moral, something is good, this would be something that people from your subjective worldview, people should move towards. If you're saying that something is bad, wrong, this is something people from your worldview should move away from. So it is still right and wrong. You get what I'm saying? So I'm simply asking you, if it's the case that under your worldview, everything is subjective and it reduces down to our own preferences, how we feel about it and our perspective on it, then what makes you more valid than me in this debate?
Right. So again, I never once stated that everything is subjective. I never made that. I never made that argument that everything is subjective.
You said you said that morality is subjective.
Prove it to me that how is not. How is it not?
It's not my claim. It's your claim. I granted it.
I'm asking though.
No,
what is morality based on?
No, I just went ahead. I granted it. Here's the thing. I'm doing an internal critique. I'm granting your worldview so you can look in the mirror and see how nonsensical and dumb it is.
Okay, so explain it to me then.
Okay.
What is morality based on in your opinion?
Got it. Under your worldview, my Christian... No, listen, it doesn't even matter. It doesn't matter. No, listen, I'm telling you this. It actually doesn't matter under a subjective worldview like yourself, that morality is subjective. And if morality is subjective, knowledge is subjective, everything is just subjective. Knowledge cannot, not even,
and then there's subjectivity as well.
Knowledge couldn't even exist at all, but that may be too big for you to understand. So we'll tackle that another time. But I'm simply saying, and I want to answer to the question. Under your worldview, Christianity, man, that's just subjective. Spirituality,
when did I
say
Christianity was subjective? When did I say that?
The moral principles within Christianity would be subjective under your worldview. The good and the bad is subjective.
Right, but that doesn't necessarily mean that Christianity is subjective. That means
if Christianity is a religion that Christianity is a religion that posits alt claims, moral claims, and you're saying that these moral claims that it posits is subjective, then Christianity is subjective.
Nah, you can't necessarily equate those two. That don't necessarily mean that's the
it's
case.
I'm not equating anything. That's simply what you're stating. Religions are about is religion about ethics, moral principles? What is religion about?
No. Religion ain't nothing but an institutional construct designed to lead man further away.
Okay, that's a great sentence. That's a great sentence that you sentence that you use. People believe in religion for moral principles, do they not? Or do they?
They're incorrect too, because they believe morality comes from God.
Totally fine. Under your worldview, it's all subjective anyway. So please answer my question, right? You're trying to avoid the question. I need an answer to the question.
Specific to what's the question?
I'm going to ask it again. If it's the case under your worldview that morality is subjective, the good and the bad, that's just basically, this just derives from our human minds and it's how we perceive life to be. It's our own subjectivity, right? It's just subjective. Then on this debate today, because since we're debating morality, then I'm asking you, how can you make any claims that your subjective position is more valid than mine if I also have a subjective position that I'm positing? Who would be more valid if everything is just subjective?
Again, I never once said everything was subjective, boss.
Within this debate currently, who would be more valid? You don't know how to think right now.
Objectivity is how you would be wrong. I'm saying, listen, you arguing the subjectivity part. I'm trying to argue the objective part. You're not
what are you speaking about?
The subjectivity part. You're wrong based off the objectivity of it all. Is what I'm saying. Just like
what are you?
What's the evidence that Jesus really walked the earth?
You're asking a question to avoid. This is called obfuscation. When people are pinned down. Listen.
Again,
no.
Subjectivity of it.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Subjectivity of stuff. I'm going based off. Listen.
You said it's subjective, and I'm not arguing the subjectivity. I'm arguing the things that's portrayed as objectional facts.
Okay,
that's what I'm here to debate.
Got
it. The things that can be subjectivity.
What are we currently discussing?
I'm here to talk about the facts. I want to debate.
What are we currently?
Christianity.
What are we currently discussing?
I want to discuss.
No, what are we I know what you want to do. What are we currently discussing?
We discuss
what you want to do is run away.
About morality.
Why are you running? Why are you running?
That's what you want to do is this.
Why are you running? Why are you running?
No. What you're doing, what you want to do is run away from what we are currently speaking about. So I'm going to ask you, what are we currently speaking about right now?
We're speaking about subjectivity in regards to morality when discussing certain religions, but that ain't what I want to talk about.
No. Listen. No. This is the real nitty gritty. This is the real nitty gritty. Yes, it is. I'll tell you how. I'll explain. No,
I don't want to debate nothing. No, I want to debate the Bible.
Okay, I got you. I got you.
My original question.
Okay, listen.
As literal, or do you take it as a parable or an allegory?
Got you. Instead of running, I will not allow you to run unless you answer my question. Okay. I just won't allow it, right?
And then will you answer my question?
Yes, but I'm gonna actually provide you more information so you can understand what I'm saying. So you can. Perfect. It's the case. Your world that morality is subjective. If that worldview is true, let's just grant it and say that your worldview is actually factually true. It's true. It's empirically true. It's objectively true. Actually, can it even be objectively true if let's just grant it all to you. Let's just say that it's true, right? But how do we even know that it's true if it's just subjective? But anyways, we'll get to that another time because that's another pickle that you're in. Since basically the morals is subjective within the worldview, then what things would be objective, which never mind. But anyways, under your worldview, my worldview is also subjective in regards to the moral principles. Correct?
Perfect.
Got it. Within this discussion, right, we're having a discussion about morality. What's right and what's wrong.
And the subjectivity of morality, right?
Once again, in your worldview, it isn't objective. Correct?
Say that again?
It's not objective.
Right.
It's not objective. It's subjective. It's subjective means mind dependent. Objective means mind independent. So if it's the case under your worldview, I'll repeat it again slowly, that morality just comes from our own minds, from our own subjects. So what this person believes is good and bad. This other person could believe something that's also good and bad. I'm asking you, who would be valid? How do you determine who's valid based off of their own subjective moral principles?
The person who doesn't contradict the objectivity of it is the answer to that question. Whoever doesn't contradict the objectivity of it, who would be in the correct?
Okay, now you just contradicted yourself, right? And I'll explain. You just said that morality isn't objective. Morality is subjective. So how can someone contradict the subjectivity of morality?
I said a portion of it is subjective and a portion of it is objective. Again, it's all.
You never said that. Now you're saying that now. What portion of morality is objective?
The unconditional love portion. When you contradict that, is when you step into subjectivity.
Okay, the unconditional love portion of morality is objective. And how do we know that that's objective?
By studying the universal laws. Anything that contradicts unconditional love is a contradiction of what God actually is. So anything that contradicts.
But when we're studying these things, are we using our own subjective minds?
Say that again.
When we're studying the laws of the universe, are we using our own subjective minds?
Yes, we are.
So how do we know by using our own subjective minds what we're studying is actually getting us to the objective truth?
The same way we use our subjective minds to study math and to know 2 + 2 = 4, which is an objective truth. So it'll be the same way. It'll be the same way. The same way
1 second here. I just lost some connection for a second. I just want to make sure the stream is good. Let me place you on a quick mute. Everybody that's tuning in on TikTok, I'll start bringing some people up. Come on up, click the link. I see people back here already. V-Dub, I see you up here. Someone was just up here, but they left. You guys are up next, you TikTok debaters. I got y'all. And 1 second here. Let me make sure the stream is good. Let me check YouTube. Put a 1 in the chat if you guys can hear me clear. 1 in the chat if you guys could hear me, because on Restream it said that it lost connection. So I'm trying to see if it gained connection. 1 in the chat if the stream is good and the audio is good and everything is synced with the video and the audio. Let me know. Just need some 1s in the chat. Okay. All right. Thanks, man. Thank you for verifying that. Walking contradiction he is. Yeah, man, he's totally contradicted himself, but you know, he's been shifting and moving the goalpost some, but we'll wheel him back in. I got him on mute, but he's going to be unmuted. All right, man, you're unmuted. Okay, so
I answered your
back
question.
To business.
Can you answer my question now?
No, you didn't answer my question because it still doesn't make any sense.
All right, we can get back to it. You said the same way.
You actually didn't answer the question, because what's in question now, since you contradicted yourself, is the objective morality.
Again, you said the mind is subjective. So how can we look at something with a subjective mind and get something objective?
I'll go ahead and do it for you. Okay. So spirituality, right? You're making the claim that the moral principles within spirituality, there's an entity, and that entity is unconditional love, right?
Yeah.
The unconditional love is objective.
Correct.
Meaning that it's mind independent.
It's both. Well, I mean, it depends on how you look at it too. It depends on how you look at it. If you're looking at it spiritually, It's mental.
That's another contradiction. It's A and also not A is a logical contradiction.
So it's not objective and subjective. Nothing can be objectively true and it can be subjective is what you're saying?
What you just said, that it's objectively true. If it's objectively true, right, it's mind independent. I'm asking you that itself, that in it of itself, the spirituality concept, the entity is basically unconditional love. Is that objectively true or subjectively true?
The question would imply that things can't be both. So things can be objectively true and subjectively true as well.
The thing, okay, can a rock be objectively true?
Yeah.
Is a rock objectively true?
Yeah.
So, meaning that if human beings wasn't here, the rock would still be here.
I mean, that depends on what you think about spirituality and what you think about what reality is.
If human beings wasn't here, could a rock still exist?
Could a rock still exist? Possibly.
Yes. Yeah, if human beings vanished, say all of human existence, humans died, would the rock still be here?
I feel like I answered your question like 3 times over, and you have yet to answer my questions for some reason. Like you don't want to. You said
no, because you're all over the place.
Like you don't wanna,
and now you're trying to run again. Stop the meta conversation. Stop the meta conversation. No, stop the meta conversation, and let's get to the actual conversation.
The actual conversation was
listen. Stop running. Why are you running again?
Why are you running?
You're running again, bro.
Why are you running?
Just chill, bro.
This is not what I wanted to debate, bro.
Why are you running?
I wanted to debate Christianity.
Why are you running?
Oh, you out here running again, bro?
Why are you running? Why are you running?
You said if I answer your question, then you was going to answer my question. You didn't ask me 3
Listen,
questions.
you in prison right now. You in prison. You can't run from nothing.
If you scared to debate Christianity, bro, just say that then, bro. Just say
listen.
That.
You on lockdown right now. Okay? So listen, stop running.
Literal.
Why are you running?
Stop running.
Why are you running?
Stop running. Stop running. Stop running. The Rock. I'm not making you run on no points.
No, totally.
The Rock.
You right.
The Rock.
You win this one. You win this one 100%. Thumbs up. You totally have this argument.
Got it.
Can we move on to the Christianity one or now?
Yeah.
I can see this one 100%.
Man. Listen, man. Okay. What did you concede on?
Christianity now?
What did you concede on?
On everything you just said, morality being what you want morality to be, correct?
What you talking about? I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything that morality should be anything. Under your worldview, morality is subjective.
And my worldview is wrong. According to you, it's wrong.
Wait, your worldview is wrong?
Let's bait Christianity.
Okay, so I want you. We can get there. What do you concede on, though?
I concede that you were right about morality.
And what am I right on?
You really want to play these podcast games? You really want to answer the question? That's insane, bro.
Hey,
that's insane.
You just said that I'm right on morality. We need some understanding here. I want you to explain what I'm right on.
The state of morality is whatever Cooley thinks it is. If you think it's objective, then it's subjective. If you think it's subjective, then it's subjective. I would love to debate Christianity if you don't mind.
Okay, got it. So then.
Debate that.
Okay, so then
Christianity, not morality. I mean, I don't know if I said that.
Okay, got you. So then morality under my worldview is true.
If that's what you want, yeah.
That's what you're conceding on?
I'm conceding this 100% true.
It's 100% true?
When in context of morality, yes, it's 100% true.
So morality under the Christian worldview, that it's objective and it's grounded in God. God is eternal, omniscient, and divine. God also has a personal relationship with us. We were made in the image of God. So listen, stop it. I need listen. We were made in the image of God. This is why we can use this is why we tend to just have it on our hearts that we kind of know when something is either bad or good, but still God came and also gave us the laws of him for his people personally. No, listen, stop it. You're just talking right now. I'm just breaking it down for you real quick, right? So basically all I'm saying, if it's the case that morality is true under my worldview, then Christianity would be true under my worldview. There's no reason to have this debate. You just conceded to the debate.
So you gonna run from it?
No, it's no run. You just conceded to the debate.
You good with the podcast games, but when you want to actually
no, go ahead. Look, if you ask any question, from what you conceded on,
know what you're doing, bro.
Listen, from what you conceded on,
you're gonna try to correlate that to me conceding the debate, but you don't want to.
You conceded the entire debate. We already debated the entire topic.
We did not. The topic was Christianity.
Yeah, man. Listen, I'll be honest with you, bro. You out of here. You're a little too low IQ, man. Gotta let you go. You can't hang. It's okay. You could be good with some other conversations, but with this one, you couldn't hang. And nothing against you, nothing personal, right? You conducted yourself, fairly decent with the decorum. Obviously, you were obfuscating, moving goalposts. You contradicted yourself many times, but that's totally fine. No hate on you. Wish you well, right? But the whole spirituality stuff is just BS. That's what women believe in. Women believe in spirituality. Oh, yeah, I'm not a Christian. I believe in the spiritual world. What, nigga? Bro, junk is gay. Oh, well, the entity is unconditional love. Well, does this entity have any personal relationship with us? All right, let's bring up some people from TikTok. Got some people up here. Let's go. All right, so we got V-Dub, you up first. We got Tawuri, you up after. And we got F TikTok, you're up after him. So that's the order for the TikTok debates. Let me go ahead and share my screen for TikTok real quick. All right, so I'm just going to take a quick 1 minute break, TikTok folks, and I'll be back in just 1 minute. So give me a second. Don't go anywhere. So those 3 people that sent the request, that's the order. Give me 1 minute. I'll be right back. Back. YouTube, I'm back as well. Here we go. Let's bring up this guy. All right. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. Oh, let's try that again. Okay, I guess he didn't come up. Let's try this guy. All right, waiting for that guest too. Let's try this one. All right, man. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. Let me get your name, your age, and what do you want to debate about? We got the 3 prompts up here.
Name, Ty Witter, age 27.
27. I'm sorry. You said your name was?
Ty Witter.
Ty Witter. All right, and what do you want to debate about?
Well, I'd do it just in general. I don't know if I can pinpoint one of these prompts. It would be more so like get you to explain them.
Okay, are you an atheist?
I'd say I'm agnostic.
Are you a male feminist? You believe that? Do you believe that feminism is good?
In what way? Like the new age feminism or what?
It's just all one feminism, bro.
Well, I'm not sure if I even know what feminism is then.
Okay, and then the last one is being vulnerable to your girl generally is not good for relationships. So out of those 3 prompts, well, you don't even understand feminism, so we're not going to debate that one. For the first one, you said that you're agnostic. You're not. Do you believe in evolution, though?
Like the Darwin theory, evolution, or what?
Yeah, evolution is simply the main concept. You know, you have Darwinism, but the main concept of evolution is simply the origin of species is accidental or random, accidental and random. It's materialistic and it's also emergent. It's a bottom-up process.
Well, I'm not going to claim that I know, but I wouldn't say that evolution is an occurrence of random events. I think the universe...
That's literally what it is.
I think there is an intelligence that is self-evolved or not self-evolved. I think the universe has always been here.
All right, so never mind. That topic, prompt 1 and prompt 2, not going to work. What about prompt 3? Do you think that men should be vulnerable to their girls, generally?
Again, that's pretty vague. Like, what do you mean? Isn't, like, Christian ethics as being, like, surrendering to God? So why wouldn't you, like, have any vulnerability to your, like, significant other?
Once again, the prompt states that you're asking me a question instead of answering my question. You said that it's vague, and then you went to resort to speaking about Christianity, and you made an assertion that just isn't true. So I'm going to ask the question again, and by vulnerable, I simply mean by a man in a relationship being vulnerable to his woman in ways where it can be problematic in the relationship. So being emotional, crying, venting and telling her all of your problems instead of coming up with solutions. That will be
so you don't
vulnerability.
You don't believe in like expressing or venting in any way as a guy?
So there's a way to go about things that wouldn't be vulnerable.
Okay. Are you against vulnerability? I assume you're against vulnerability.
Okay, let me give you an example, right? So if you are in the military...
You're worried it's going to get used against you or what?
I'm not sure what you're talking about. I'm giving you an example so you can understand what vulnerability means. You ready for the example? Because I don't think you understand it yet. So if you're in the military, hypothetically, you're in the military, and there's 2 scenarios. The one scenario, your captain says, "Oh, wow, they just bombed us again. Our base over here has been fully destroyed. Man, I really don't think we're going to make it. I don't know what to do. And man, I'm just kind of giving up all hope." Right? That's example 1. Example 2, same situation. Bombs is going off over there, but your captain says, "Listen, troops, we got to buckle down. It's getting serious. So don't give up hope. We're going to engage with full force. Never back down. No steps back. We're going to get those guys. Let's go." Then my question to you, 2 scenarios, right? My question to you is, if you're on the opposite end, if you're just a regular troop, one of the troops, and you're listening to your captain, either scenario A, the first one, or scenario B, which one would you feel more secure in?
Well, obviously the second one, because he's not giving any solutions. He's just bitching and moaning.
The second one, he gave the solution. The first one, he gave no solutions. You got it mixed up.
Exactly.
So the second one, he gave the solutions because he said that, hey, we're going to go out there and get those guys. No, not one step back. We're going to destroy them. They just destroyed our base. Now we're going to get them back. We're going to return the favor. Let's go. And I'm asking, but versus the other one right? That was the second one. The first one was, hey, listen, troops, I don't know what to do, man. They just went ahead and bombed us. I'm giving up all hope. Which one would you feel more secure in?
Well, it's pretty self-explanatory. I don't know how this has anything to do with.
Just answer one. If you're just a troop and your captain is relaying this information.
The second one's encouraging, yes.
The second one is encouraging. So the second one you would feel more secure, right?
Yeah.
So this would mean that the first one you didn't feel as secure. It was less encouraging is because the captain was actually being vulnerable. He was expressing his the situation in a matter where it lacks confidence and it's not solution oriented based, versus the other one, it was solution oriented based and it embodied confidence. So I'm just simply saying that when men are in relationships with women and they're acting like the first captain, all vulnerable, it's not good for relationships because women tend to feel less secure in that relationship, which then resorts to breakups or divorce, versus the other one where a man is confident and secure even under unprecedented times or a time where it's under certain situations. He left. He got destroyed. That's what happens, chat, when you fully destroy them. With an example. Oh, well, you're saying that men shouldn't be vulnerable then? Huh? They should never be vulnerable? Bro, you know what I mean by vulnerability, right? You know what I mean, bruh. That's why he went out of here. Let's bring up the next caller. Get the likes up, everybody. Where we at? All right, welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. State your name and what do you want to debate about? Name and age.
Fuck.
I'm sorry, let me get your name again. Yeah, he's out of here. Troll. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. Let me get your name and age and what prompt do you want to debate about?
Oh, yeah, you can call me Carvid. I'm 20, and then I came out to debate all three, but we can start with 2.
All right. You said start with 2. Feminism is bad for society. So, okay, you think that feminism is good for society. What's your argument?
Well, to be clear, you're the one making the claim that it's bad. Under what moral framework is that the case?
I'm asking you, is feminism,
that's a burden
do you
shift.
think that feminism is good
again?
for society, right?
You're burden shifting.
I'm not burden shifting at all.
You're making the claim. Yes, you are.
If you're up to debate, I need to know your position on the debate.
I just asked you for the justification. You asked me for the justification of the inverse.
Nope.
That's unfortunately a burden shift.
Okay, so if I don't know your worldview, right, and you say that you want to debate the first one, I'm simply asking, do you think that feminism is good? I think it's safe for you to let me know what's your position. Why would I debate you if I don't even know what you think?
Because that's not even the topic. You're making a claim. You don't need to know my worldview to debate a certain claim. It would be an internal.
No, I'm telling you, that's totally fine. But I actually, in order to debate, right, I'm asking you, do you think that feminism is good?
Can you explain how that's relevant to your justification of the proposition?
So that isn't, I'm not giving a justification. Did I say that I was giving a justification for the proposition, or am I just asking you for what you believe in? But it will be safe to say that you do believe that feminism is good for society. Is that safe to say? Yes or no?
I mean, if that gets you to give a justification for the premise, then yeah, sure. So what's going to be the argument that feminism is bad for society?
Then it is safe to say, okay, perfect. That's all I wanted, man. When you come up, you got to have some decorum. That's all I'm asking, right? So I'll go ahead and give my argument. I'll go ahead and give my claim for why feminism is bad for society. It's super, super simple, right? Feminism posits ideas like egalitarianism, where men and women should have equal rights and opportunity. Feminism also, the founders of feminism, their agenda was to dismantle patriarchal systems And by doing so, they also wanted to dismantle the nuclear family, because with a man living in a home and then it's a nuclear family, then that's another patriarchal system. So not only did they want to get rid of the nuclear family by dismantling all patriarchal systems, but they fully want to get rid of it. So the claim is very simple. That is bad. I think that nuclear families is good, with the father and the mother living in a home and raising children. And then also the other claim would be that the egalitarianism, that's unobtainable, right? Men and women can never have equal rights, because there's one fatal flaw within this, because women cannot enforce any rights for men. They always have to appeal to men to enforce rights for them. But the same is not true in reverse.
And so just so I can be
clear, it's a lie. So lies are bad, and then also the nuclear family is good. So go ahead.
So what's the moral system that you're adopting to posit, like, moral values?
Oh, the good and the bad?
Yeah.
Christian ethics.
And why should I accept Christian ethics?
You don't have to accept anything if you don't want to.
Oh, well then unfortunately it's not.
What are you talking? You don't have to accept anything.
If you don't have any, like, universally applicable reason insofar as...
I already told you, you don't have to accept anything if you don't want to accept it. You ask me, why should you accept something? You don't have to accept it. I just gave you the reason and justified how, I gave my position already, how feminism is bad for society. You then go to say, well, what ethical system are you using? I say Christian ethics. Well, you say, well, why should I believe in that? Because I just told you how the nuclear family under Christian ethics will be something good. Do you think that that's bad?
Well, you haven't answered, like, any of the questions.
No. I just already asked. I already answered your entire question. Now you're not answering any of mine. Do you want to get booted?
I mean,
wait, do you want to get, you want to answer a question, or you want to get booted? I fully gave you my position in the argument, and I asked you one question, you're not answering it. So you're just trolling?
The question again.
Are you trolling?
I'm literally asking you to ask the question.
Wait, are you trolling?
No.
You're not trolling?
No.
Okay, got it. So if you want to have the discussion, be good faith and answer my question like I answered yours. So I'm going to repeat it. Are you ready?
I asked you what the question was. Mm-hmm.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Is the nuclear family good?
I'm agnostic to it. I don't think it's either good or bad.
Okay. So then feminism is not neither good or bad.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Okay. All right. Goodbye. Doofus. And you see why I asked them for their worldview. Oh, I'm agnostic. I don't think it's good or bad. He's just an idiot, right? So you're debating something that you don't even think is good or bad. You just don't know, right? I could have defeated him with the tag argument, but I already know where he's going to go. So it's pointless to discuss a bad faith debater like that. Pointless to even, he would not concede on anything. Like, think about how stupid you have to be. You know what? I don't even believe in the prompt, but let me come up and, like, I don't even believe that the prompt even exists. Like, is even true. Or like it's not even rooted in any type of reality from his position. But I don't believe in any good or bad. So you obviously believe that good and bad doesn't exist. So why would you come up to debate something that you don't even believe exists? And actually, you know, it's funny on people's positions like that. It's not coherent to their worldview. Because if the worldview is true and there's no such thing as good and bad, then why are you trying to argue against or for anything? Why even argue if there's no reason to argue? Because there's no such thing as good or bad. Homie got destroyed quick. He destroyed himself, chat. He destroyed himself. Oh, man. We got, you see that I missed some super, okay, I did miss a few super chats. All right, let me see where we at. Try to get to these. Dave, I see you backstage. Get to these super chats real quick. TikTok, I'm gonna bring some more people up. Don't worry. Okay, we got a Wicked Dreams and $5. So if I think I'm black, does that mean I'm black? Facts. That was that first caller I had up. It's like, what are you talking about? So anything I think of, that means that it's true. We got the Fallen One sends in $2. Whoop that trick, huh? Whoop that trick.
No Fugazee. Fugazee.
Homie got cooked. That was a easy cooking. And the debate could have went an entirely different direction too, if he would have just answered my first question in good faith. Hey man, what's your worldview? What do you believe in? Oh, if he would have said I'm agnostic, I would have been like, okay, well, let's just take this another route. Use tag on him, totally defeat him. But I didn't even have to do that because he defeated himself. I think, therefore I am. Yeah, I used that in the debate against an opponent, but I used it the wrong way. I was supposed to use it in a way where it was to destroy my opponent's argument, but I used it in my opening. It was out reading my open and I used it wrong. But yeah, that's their argument. I think, therefore I am. So whatever you think, that's who you are. All right, so a man can be a woman under your worldview. Got it. Stupid. All right, let's bring up some more people. We got, all right, guess not ready. Totally fine. Or welcome to the Fugazee podcast. What are you here to debate about?
I ain't trying to debate about nothing.
Yeah, you out of here. It's debate night, bro. I'm not trying to debate about nothing. Welcome to No Fugazee podcast. Let me get your name, age, and what do you want to debate about? Yo, you live. Welcome to No Fugazee podcast. Name, age, and what do you want to debate?
I appreciate all you doing, man. I follow you. I like the way you think, man. And we need more brothers like you with your mindset. It'll change the whole situation when it comes to the African American family structure. I appreciate what you're doing, man.
Hey, man, I appreciate the kind words, man, and have a blessed one.
You be roasting them, man. You just be roasting them, especially the emotional driven women. You let them go off, and then after that, you hit them, and they don't know how to even come back. So I appreciate that. Thanks for doing that, man.
Appreciate the support, man.
I'm out.
God bless. All right. All right, chat. All right, Dave, you said you're good to go. Turn on your camera, Dave. Oh, we got you. Okay, Yo William. I see you in the chat. Yo William in the backstage. Okay, you said you want to debate. I have something. Oh, okay. You want to say something to the haters, Yo Boy Lame? I got you, bro. You a member, so of course I got you. But Dave, turn on your camera and I'll bring you up. What's going on, Yo Boy Lame? Unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you, bro.
Hey, what up, Cooley? How you doing, bro?
I'm doing good, man.
I got some pansy in the chat. His name is Jerenda Gray. I'm challenging him to get on the stage so he can debate with me, but instead he's just spotting his nonsense on the chat and making excuses because he doesn't want to go on stage because of his anonymity, and he's a very private person. And I keep challenging him. See, Cooley, you got new haters too. You got atheists, feminists, you got pantheists. Pantheists just like Jaren.
Pantheists.
Yeah, pantheist is a person who believes in mathematics. God is mathematics. Like, what kind of nonsense is that? It believes like people believe in the monkeys. Like, bro, nobody want to hear that bullshit.
Yo, man.
I'm sorry, my bad, yo.
No, you're good. For the people that's on TikTok, you could come on up. Okay, Yo Boy, no, I appreciate the support, man. Let me see what this TikTok debater want. Go ahead, sure.
So,
So you are saying evolution? If evolution is true,
one moment here, Clay.
Impossible.
One moment here, Clay. I got you. I'm sorry, yo, Bulliam, go ahead.
So he said he got a bachelor's degree in whatever.
Yeah, man, just tell him to come on up, man. Tell him to click that link, come on up. And when he comes up, I'll bring you up. I got you, bro. All right. So Clay, let me get your age and what do you want to debate?
26 in the first prompt.
I'm sorry, say that again. 26 and what?
I'm 26 in the first prompt.
Okay, sure.
You claim that if evolution is true, then you can't have knowledge.
Yes.
So what's your basis for that claim?
Okay, I'll make my argument. And are you believe in evolution? I'm guessing since you're debating this.
Correct. Yeah.
All right. And are you atheist? Obviously, right?
I would consider myself agnostic.
Okay, fair enough. So the origin of species in the evolution worldview is accidental, random, materialistic, and emergent. Since that's the case, everything is accidental and random, then knowledge itself would not be able to exist because knowledge posits right from wrong. Knowledge posits there is something, the truth and fact. That's what knowledge posits. But if everything is accidental and random, then there's no purpose for the origins of is no purpose for anything. There's no purpose for human beings. There's no purpose for animals. There's zero purpose for anything. So if there's zero purpose, you cannot have knowledge in a purposeless universe.
Why do we need purpose to have knowledge? Why do I need to know the purpose of a rock in order to know that it exists?
How do you know that it exists?
Well, we can't. There is no fundamental knowledge. You can't know that you exist. You can't know the sky exists. You can't know that you're not just a figment of my imagination and we're all in the matrix. So if that's your argument to why knowledge is impossible, then that's true for everything. And it has nothing to do with evolution.
Yeah. That would be,
okay,
you would agree to that, then
for,
that would be true for everything, right?
Right, and so we can't know anything.
Yeah, we can't know anything.
It has nothing to do with evolution.
Yeah, that would actually have everything. You just actually defeated your entire argument. I'll explain how.
No, you defeated your entire. Okay, explain.
Yeah, so you agree that everything is purposeless. That's what you do agree to.
There is no purpose inherent for the universe.
Okay, if there's no purpose inherent for the universe, so this means that there's no truth. Because truth insinuates that there is something that is untrue, which then you would need purpose to make a distinction between the true and the untrue. So you need some type of purpose to get you to the truth rather than to get you to the false.
You can never prove anything objectively. Everything is subjective. Even math.
No. Now you're speaking sentences.
Subjective.
You're speaking right now and you're just digging the hole deeper. Did you listen to what I just said?
I did listen to what you just said.
Okay, I need you to listen, right? If you believe that everything is purposeless, you need knowledge cannot exist if everything is purposeless because knowledge insinuates truth, a direction, a purpose to something. But if it's all purposeless, there's no direction, so knowledge cannot exist. Does that make sense?
I'm telling you fundamentally, if you want to describe knowledge in that way, no, it does not exist. You can't prove to me that you actually have consciousness. You can't prove to me, you can't prove.
It's not my burden to prove any of this. It's your burden because under your worldview, my claim.
You're the one positing that You're the one positing that knowledge is
Yes.
impossible if evolution is true.
So if it
But
is true, you believe
agree
in,
that
you
it
believe, listen, even this, you believe that, answer this. Do you believe that evolution is true?
Yes, I believe evolution to be true.
If you believe that evolution is true, under the worldview, the entire worldview of evolution, it would be impossible for you to believe that it is true. Because under this purposeless universe, like if it's true, it's all purposeless, then you wouldn't even be seeking out truth in a purposeless universe. You have no purpose.
I don't need purpose in order to observe phenomena in the universe that I am capable of observing, which is ours. The only universe that we are capable of observing is the one we're currently in. But there is no way to prove, there is no way to know fundamentally that what we have before us is true. There is no way to do that.
Let me ask you this.
And you even agreed that knowledge is fundamentally unattainable.
I'll grant the entire position.
Complete knowledge is fundamentally unattainable.
Got it.
And
Stop
that
talking
it has
now.
nothing to do with evolution.
I'm granting your entire position, how I've been doing it. But now I'm going to ask you a question, right? I'm going to ask you a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
If you're driving a car, if you get into your car, right?
Uh-huh.
Do you ever go anywhere, or you just sit in your car?
Typically, I go somewhere.
You go somewhere, right?
Typically.
And when you go somewhere, do you have a purpose to go there? Is there a purpose for you to go somewhere?
Yeah. Typically, it's to work, yeah.
And, okay, so there is a purpose for you to get in your car to drive to work.
Mm-hmm. Correct, yeah.
Okay. This purpose that you just admitted that you have to get in your car and drive to work, under your worldview, if evolution is true and everything is purposeless, you actually wouldn't have a purpose. So it's a contradiction.
No, there is a purpose for my car to exist.
No, I just explained.
It doesn't contradict anything. There's a purpose for me to get in my car. The purpose that we create in a purposeless universe is the purpose that we are talking about.
Okay, the purpose that we create in a purposeless universe, I'm asking you if how can purposeless stuff create things with purpose?
How can the immaterial create life?
No,
evolution.
listen.
How can
I'm just asking you.
Create
I'll ask the question in a different way.
That assigns purpose to itself. Evolution.
Okay, I'll ask the question in a different way.
Sure.
How can you get purpose from something that doesn't have purpose?
How can we get purpose from the immaterial universe? We have evolved to be smart enough to give ourselves our own purpose, to have things like
purpose
religion,
magically appeared?
Purpose didn't magically appear. Evolution isn't magic. We decided what purpose we give our own lives, our own selves. We decided we wanted to go to the moon.
Let me ask you this then. If prior to human beings being here, was the earth positioned in a place in a universe that is the precise, perfect distance from the moon and from the sun for life? Was the earth positioned in a way in a universe for the purpose of life? Yes or no?
We are in the Goldilocks zone.
But answer that. That's just a yes or no. Was
I
Earth
already said yes. Why would
okay,
we?
it was.
Why would
Earth.
would we expect
time out. Now you just fully contradicted yourself. Listen, you said that the purpose, right? Human beings, we are the ones that created the purpose, but some way, the Earth was positioned with purpose.
No,
for the purpose of life to come about.
How would we find ourselves in a universe that we were impossible to find ourselves in?
You know what? I don't have the brain cells to deal with.
Your
IQ is too low. You couldn't comprehend my sentences. You couldn't comprehend my sentences. Man. Did we get a raid over? Did we get a raid? Who raided us? Let me see if we got a raid up in here. Oh, Jake Rattlesnake with the raid. Shouts out to everyone from Rattlesnake TV. Jake with the raid. Jake.
No Fugazee.
Man, Jake keeps sending me these raids. I'm going to have to keep sending him money. Oh, man, I'm going to go broke. So listen, if y'all like it here, send me money so I can send to Jake so he can keep sending you here. That's what you got to do, right? Send me money. Send me the super chats. Then I'll send it to Jake. And then he'll keep sending you here, right? Nah, Jake does it out of the kindness of his heart. I appreciate you, Jake. He's a good friend, right? But yeah, for everybody from Rattlesnake TV, we are debating these TikTok folks, and I'm dismantling them easy. It's pretty fun around here. We got some more TikTok debaters we're going to bring up. We got James. We got Soup Lito. You two are up next, but let me get to these YouTube super chats real quick. All right, we got Exuko. I totally hacked that, but welcome to the gang, brother. I appreciate the support.
No Fugazi.
He joined the membership at the gang tier. Let's see if anything else I missed. All right, let's see. Okay, we got Uncle Tiger sends in a $10 super chat. He says, I'm Irish and albino, and Irishmen are basically black. Side note, Cooley, why aren't you wearing green? Question? That's disrespectful to our Irish ninja ancestors, bro. Listen, is it what Leprechaun Day? What do they call it? Man, I'm not Irish. It's St. Patrick's Day. Yeah. I was never the individuals that participated in St. Patty's Day. You know, in school, everybody dresses up in green. I ain't do that. But I didn't participate in anything, right? I ain't dress up in anything green. The Black History Month, did we do anything? Nah, I ain't do anything for the Mexican holidays. I ain't do nothing. I'm just one of those type of individuals that kind of stay in my own bubble. But shouts out to you, Tyga. I appreciate the support, man. All right, let's continue with these debates. We got Dave. You have a camera. Your camera has to be turned on. You can't join this. The only way you can join this stream via YouTube with the link is on your phone or on a laptop. So if you have a laptop, bro, your laptop, it has a camera. So, got to turn on your camera, Dave. All right, let's bring up some TikTok debaters. All right, they're off right now. All right, so anyone that wants to join the stream on TikTok, we got 3 prompts. If evolution is true, knowledge is impossible. Prompt 2, feminism is bad for society. Prompt 3, being vulnerable to your girl is generally bad for relationships. If you disagree with any of those prompts, come on up and let's debate. If you're tuning in on TikTok, you can just go ahead and request to come up. If you're on YouTube, click the first link that's pinned in the YouTube description or click the link that's pinned in the YouTube comments, and I'll bring you up. All right. Welcome to No Fugazi Podcast. State your name, your age, and what do you want to debate about?
Hey, my name is Mike, and I'm from Dallas, and I'm 31 years old, basically.
Okay. And what do you want to debate about?
So what I want to debate about, I've been following your content for a while. So what I want to debate about is actually not on any of these 3 topics.
Okay.
If that's okay?
That's okay.
Yeah. Okay. So basically, I know you believe in objective morality.
Yes, sir.
But I'm not convinced yet. So I have some doubts on that. So
are you
basically,
atheist?
No,
agnostic?
Not at all. No, I'm a Christian.
Oh, you're a Christian, but you don't believe in objective morality?
Correct.
You sure you're a Christian?
Yeah, absolutely. So my rationale is that, if you're, if you look at in the history, right, and if you look at the current law system or legal system that we have, everything is kind of like based on consensus about what we think is like what the society thinks is correct and what is gonna, I guess, prevent the most harm in the society, or at least avoid harm. So that's basically, so I think a lot of it is based on, whatever is going on at the time in history, and it's flexible enough to kind of accommodate for anything that, any new thing that might happen today in the present world.
Yeah. I understand you. I get what you're saying. So you're just saying that, well, the reason why you don't believe in objective morality as a Christian, because when you look at society, it's just basically humans agreeing on the things that they believe that's good and bad.
Correct.
All right. This does not negate the fact that morality is objective under the Christian paradigm. Under the Christian paradigm, what's the nature of God? Let me ask you. Is God good?
Yeah. God is good.
All good?
All good.
Can God ever be bad?
No.
Okay, there it goes. It's objective then, right? So that would be objective. So if God is all good under the Christian paradigm, and he cannot be bad, that creates the objective standard for morality, and it's grounded within God. Now, within the Christian paradigm, God created human beings in his likeness and his image. And he created human beings to be special in a way where they have, God calls everything, but then he created human beings to have the ability to be the secondary cause, which means that we have free will, right? So the people that do not follow God, they would be bad. The people that do follow God, that would be good. The closer you are to, basically, the bad is just, the further away you move from God, that's bad. So Adam disobeying God and eating from the apple, this is why we are in a fallen state right now, and there's sin all in the world. This is not God's doing. Like you just said, God is always good. This is human beings doing, right? So, yeah, man, you believe in objective morality.
So
it doesn't matter different nations and when different nations and societies are constructed and they make laws based off of a collection of people agreeing on said law. This does not negate the fact that morality is still objective because God has his own law. Human beings are special in a way where we have free will, where we can be obedient or disobedient to our father. Just like if you have a kid, you tell your kid something, you give the law in your house and the rules and the regulations. Your kid can choose to obey you or choose to disobey you. If your kid obeys you, he gets, if he obeys you, he gets praised, he gets rewarded. If he disobeys you, it's consequences. He gets punished, correct?
Yeah.
That
correct.
same relationship that we have with our children, God has with us.
That makes sense, but I think where things, I guess maybe it's not an issue of objective morality or not. But I think when things where I disagree with you is where you believe in kind of enforcing certain things that don't necessarily cause harm to others. Like for example, I think you're against homosexual relationships.
Oh, bro, are you gay?
No.
All right. So why are you defending the homosexuals?
No, not defending.
But you giving me a lot of this energy right now, bro. That's what I'm getting from you right now, man. I'm just being honest. You give me a lot of that energy.
No.
Okay, go ahead.
So my thought is this, right? There are so many things in the world today that people might be doing that, like, you wouldn't necessarily agree with it, but since they're not doing it on your turf, they're not stepping on your toes, they're not, affecting you in any way.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
I just think it's kind of like a good thing, a general, a general. I don't want to use the word policy, but a general belief that you need to have as a man or a woman or whatever, where you only try to enforce things when it actually does matter to the people in general, and if it has nothing to do with you, then it's not your business.
Okay. Do you think that Christian ethics should be upheld? Do you think that we should uphold Christian ethics?
So what would classify as Christian ethics?
Bro, you're a Christian. Christian ethics. Thou shalt not steal. Thou shalt not murder. Yeah. Thou shalt not.
Yeah. Just wanted to make sure, but yeah. Yeah.
The Ten Commandments. Do you think that we should uphold that?
Yes, and all.
Okay, and in order for us to uphold God's moral principles, can we do that without enforcing it?
Don't get me wrong. All of those.
I'm asking you the question: can we do it without enforcing it?
No.
Okay, so therefore we need to enforce Christian ethics. You were just claiming that we shouldn't enforce Christian ethics and that it's problematic if we do, but you just admitted that we do need to. The only way to uphold Christian ethics, we would need to enforce it.
Wait. I never said we shouldn't enforce Christian ethics.
You said that. You said that it was problematic. The thing, bro, I let you speak and get it all out. I listened to you. I listened to you. The chat listened to you. You were saying that the problem that you have with Christian ethics is the enforcement. This is your position, your argument.
No. I said some things do not need to be enforced.
I just asked you, within Christian ethics, what things shouldn't we not enforce? You just said all of it. All of the 10 Commandments. We should enforce that, right?
Yeah.
So if we should enforce it, then you just refuted your own argument because you admitted that we need to enforce it. So the only way to have it, the only way to uphold it, we need to enforce it. So you're like contradicting yourself. It's A and also not A.
No. That's because everything in Christian ethics would cause harm if we don't enforce them. Guaranteed.
Okay. So
if you look at every single thing, like that's why I believe in
that. What within Christian ethics that you don't want to enforce?
Never mentioned Christian ethics at all.
So remember, the conversation came about because you said that you don't believe in objective morality. God is good. You say that he's always good. He cannot be bad. God gave us the 10 Commandments, moral principles to follow. I asked you, should we uphold them? You say yes. I asked you, can we uphold them without enforcing it? You say no. So you say that we need to enforce it. So you're like speaking in circles now.
No. I also said that maybe I didn't use the correct term by saying objective morality. My issue might not be with objective morality itself. My issue is with enforcing things that don't necessarily cause harm to other people.
Okay.
Right?
And what within Christian ethics, does this have anything to do with Christian ethics or no?
I never mentioned, no, I didn't. I said
okay, got it. So if it has nothing to do with Christian ethics, you're just stating we shouldn't enforce things that don't cause any harm.
Exactly.
Okay. So if it's the case, if let's say there's a woman and she actually enjoys, right? She gets a thrill out of it, right? And she puts herself in positions and gives secret messages online to people of where she's going to be because she enjoys being raped. Right? In this hypothetical, should we stop that from happening since it causes her no harm?
See,
she doesn't want to know. She doesn't give any like consent. She just puts it out there that I enjoy this. I'm going to be here at this bar. Anyone just, you know, I give no consent to this, but I get a thrill out of not giving consent. So throw a bag over my head, tie me up, and punish me. I get that thrill. I enjoy it. I enjoy the non-consensual relationship. It causes her no harm. Should we stop that?
Yeah, this might not be a perfect analogy because I think her just saying, hey, come, I'm going to be at X place.
Well, she didn't give it to any specific person.
Yeah, I mean...
These men would be forcing themselves on her. She's going to put up a good fight, too. Because to her, it's all about the thrill. She actually doesn't. She actually does not authorize consent. She gets a thrill out of not at like when there's no consent. The after effect is the thrill. So she only gets a thrill out of it with the after effect, and she wants to feel that thrill again. But during the entire process, there's no thrill. She's like miserable.
Gotcha. Okay. I get it now. I get the analogy now. So yeah, I mean,
But I can give anything too. I can give another analogy if that one doesn't work.
You know, this is fine.
Okay, sure. Should we put laws against women that have these type of proclivities?
So while it's happening, she's not giving consent, but then after she enjoys it. So I think no. I think we need to enforce.
We need to enforce it. Okay. And what about prostitution? Should we enforce that? That, you know, there's no harm there. She consents to it.
Yeah. I mean, no enforcement on that.
No enforcement on that.
Yeah.
So that should just be legal.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's against Christian ethics.
How?
That would be illegal under Christian ethics. That wouldn't be a thing that we would have laws to prohibit that. Laws to stop that. Make it illegal. If you partake in such acts, there's going to be consequences.
And how is the part of the...
What are you speaking about? Bro, you can't have sex out of marriage in Christian ethics.
So I think for me, like, I thought you were mentioning 10 commandments. So if it's 10 commandments...
All of Christian ethics, right, embodies... Like, do you truly think that Christian ethics makes positive claims for prostitution?
I mean, it did not...
For sex work? Let me say sex work, because we on TikTok.
It did not mention anything about...
Someone said, man, Cooley talking to himself. This nigga do not understand.
It does not mention anything about sex work. It's not for or against it. But still, my opinion is still the same.
You're not a Christian if you believe that sex work would be morally accepted.
So you remember what
Christianity.
I said, right? The 10 commandments, every single thing on the 10 commandments will hurt others if we don't enforce them. prostitution, sex work would not be under that.
What about necrophiliac? So if it's the case that you're making the claim that, well, if it doesn't cause the things that don't cause any harm, basically you're utilizing utilitarian ethics and the harm principle. If it doesn't cause any like harm to anyone, we shouldn't have any laws that prohibits it. So what about necrophiliac? So let's say if a wife, right before she, passes, she writes a letter to her husband that her husband can have sexual relationships with her with a condom on until it's no longer safe for him to have sexual relationships with her without a condom on. Should necrophiliac would necrophiliac be supported under your worldview?
It's none of my business. Because, like I said,
so yeah, man. So listen, you are not a Christian.
Why? Why you do that?
Because put it like this: every human being is flawed. We all are sinful. I'm not speaking about you personally, right? I commit sins. You commit sins. I'm not making the claim that, oh, well, you're not a Christian because you're not doing X, Y, Z. I'm making a claim that under what you truly believe is not Christianity. Because if you believe that that necrophiliac is okay just because it's none of your business, then under Christian ethics, that would be immoral. What about bestiality? If it's the case that, let's say in this hypothetical situation, technology advanced to a degree where we created the device where a chimpanzee can now speak to us and we can understand the chimpanzee. We created a device and the chimpanzee gives consent for the man to have sex with them. Is it okay for the chimpanzee? Is it okay for that man to have sex with that chimpanzee?
Not making any claim, like I said.
There's no harm. The chimpanzee gave consent. Like, oh, I want some of that human penis.
So
give it to me, Jack.
I'm not going to try to enforce anything.
Okay, so you're just not going to enforce anything if there's any harm. Mm-hmm. So under your worldview, necrophiliac would be good. That'll be acceptable. You're not going to enforce any rules against it. Bestiality will be acceptable. That'll be good. You're not going to enforce any rules against it. So under your worldview, bro, it's going to be anarchy, chaos, and destruction.
You think so? Because so far, what you've mentioned, right? Most people wouldn't even do.
Oh, Dave, I see you back here, Dave. I got you.
See, it'd be a different thing if it's like maybe everyone's always trying to do it, and you have to force them not to. But most people wouldn't even do it. So
yeah, that doesn't
exaggerating.
That doesn't. No, how are you saying that most people wouldn't do it? If there wasn't any consequences, for grape, more men would definitely grape. Oh, I don't have to watch porn anymore. I can just go ahead and take, if I see a pretty woman, I can go ahead and I'm physically bigger than her. I can just go ahead and take it from her. It would definitely be more prevalent.
Hold on. Under my worldview, grape would be enforced. I mean, right?
Well, no, not if the woman didn't have any harm. You just admitted to it. If the woman didn't experience any harm and she actually got pleasure out of it, like it happened, the dude didn't beat her up or anything, but he like grabbed her, tied her up, but she felt pleasure out of it. Under your worldview, grape would be totally fine. Wasn't any harm. And then actually afterwards, she was like, I didn't consent to any of this, but you busted down. You laid it down, man. That was pretty good. Under your worldview, that will be good. Under my worldview, that would still be illegal. It will be bad, and we would shame them individuals and get them out of our society, and they will be in prison forever.
So for grape specifically, right? I think the analogy you gave, right? My answer was we should be against it. We should enforce not allowing it. Maybe you
if you do not enforce it, right? Therefore, if you do not enforce it, therefore it will be allowed. Yeah, man. I don't think you understand. Listen, man, I got to go. I want to get some more callers up. I do appreciate the call, though. Have a good one. All right, chat. Get the likes up, man. We live right now. Doing some TikTok debates. Also got some YouTube debates as well. We got Furiz or Furins. You are the next TikTok debater, so don't go anywhere. But currently, let me bring up this YouTube debater. So everybody on TikTok, you're not going to see the person I'm speaking to. If you want to go ahead and watch this debate and hear him, you would have to come over to YouTube. That's No Fugazee Podcast on YouTube. But I'll be back doing TikTok debates and speaking with you guys, probably quick. Let me see what this guy wants to speak about. What's going on, man? Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. What's your name? Dave is your name.
My name's Dave.
What do you want to debate about?
My name's Dave. I'm 50. Well, I wanted to, when I first came in, I noticed you said feminists, atheists, and haters. And I'm an atheist. Okay. But I've been seeing, I imagine you're conservative.
I'm sorry, I'm messing with my headphones. You said that you're an atheist?
I imagine I'm an atheist, but I imagine that you're conservative.
I try to be to my best ability, yeah.
Okay. So I'm conservative as well. And I'm
But what do you mean by conservative?
I mean that I believe in small government. I believe in American values.
Yeah.
Those kinds of things.
Okay, yeah.
I believe that, in liberty and that kind of stuff. And I will say that I'm like just right of center. So, and the left has kind of pushed me over here. But I wonder about the oppositional stance that especially Christian conservatives have towards atheists in general, because I think the atheist movement got co-opted about 10 years ago by the leftist agenda in error. Like it shouldn't have happened. It doesn't have anything to do with atheism. And so I wonder, in your mind, do you think that there is room for atheists on this side of the political divide?
Okay. You're saying, is there any room for atheists on this side of the political divide? Yeah. So as far as atheists are concerned, there's many atheists. They don't believe in any God or anything, but they are more...
We don't believe in any God. It doesn't mean that we don't hold beliefs.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
I believe a lot of things.
You don't believe in a God, but you do hold beliefs. So yeah, under if you're consistent within the atheist worldview, then
I try to be.
Yeah, well, if you are consistent within that belief, then you do. What do you believe in, like evolution? Then, like, where do you think the origin of species come from?
I accept the evidence that supports evolution. I haven't seen a better explanation for that evidence.
Okay.
If there was a better explanation, I'd be happy to do it. But I don't think that evolution is really in opposition in Christianity. I think it was Pope Benedict had a big thing about this, where he talked about the evolution being the process by which God creates humans. And so basically, very briefly, God gets the ball rolling at the Big Bang, and then after so many billions of years, humans come into fruition, and then God comes back and he says, okay, now that you're here, we can have this talk. Is basically kind of the Catholic view on it. But most Christians accept evolution. Dr.
I would say that people believe that things evolve, but under evolution theory, that's a little bit different. So that would be like Darwinism and things like that. Theory? there's a distinction between things, right? So before we get
because all that evolution
before we get there,
is the theory by which life diversifies. That's it.
Before we get there, though, I would say that to answer the first question, can an atheist be conservative and be a Republican? Yeah, sure. You can be that. Can a person that believes in God be a Democrat? Sure. It's two political parties. The Christianity is not beholden to any of those two political parties. Christianity is beholden to Jesus Christ. But so then to answer the question in regards to evolution posits three claims very clear that everything, the origin of species is accidental, random, materialistic, and emergent.
That is never posited by evolution.
That was never posited by evolution.
There's nothing in evolution that posits that this was random.
That's not the theory of evolution.
No, that's not the theory of evolution. So
okay. So where do you get your? You just have a. You're going to give me a theory. You're giving me a different theory. If you just Google evolution, that's what it's going to say.
No, I think.
But it's fine. It's okay. Let's just go with your worldview.
Have a misconception of evolution.
I mean, if you just Google it, that's what it's going to say.
What evolution says is that however life began, because it doesn't posit a reason why life began or a process by which life began, but however life began, evolution was the process by which life diversified. So it's the process where we go from the single-celled organism that life started as to where we are now. So
do you believe
that's the only thing? And then
do you believe that everything derived? Process. Okay. Do you believe that everything derived from the physical? Are you a physicalist that you believe that things derive from the physical?
I'm what you would call I guess I would be a philosophical naturalist, which is to say that I believe that the explanation of all things is natural in origin. However, I'm perfectly happy to accept that there's a supernatural cause for things. As soon as it can be demonstrated that the supernatural exists. Okay. And then I don't know how you would do that, because for something to be supernatural, it has to be outside of nature. And in order to demonstrate it, it would have to be within nature. So I don't.
And what type of demonstration you need? You need like empirical evidence?
I would prefer empirical evidence as much as possible. I don't know exactly what that would look like because I've never experienced the supernatural, so I don't know for sure. But there would need to be something that we could test. I mean, prayer is a good example. Prayer would be a good example of a supernatural entreatment, and looking at the veracity of prayer. Well, so
like if you pray for something, it happens, it comes true,
or rather, prayer. So there's a group called the Templeton Group. Are you familiar with them?
No, but let me know what you mean, though. If you're saying prayer is an example, is the example if we pray that thing would then come true?
Or if we prayed that
it would manifest in the physical?
That there would be a positive manifestation.
Okay.
I've often said that if people ask me all the time what I would accept as evidence for the supernatural or for God or something like that. And there's a number of different answers, but I think if every time a child was diagnosed with a terminal illness, a beam of light shone down from the clouds, and some winged being came down and touched the child and cured them immediately, and then said, "Hey, listen, everybody believe in God, or we're going to stop doing this."
I get what you're saying. So
my butt would be in church every Sunday.
So basically, the empirical evidence that you need, it needs to be observable to you. It needs to be observable. So therefore, you only believe in things that are that can be demonstrated or that can be observed by sense data. So basically, it has to be physical because sense data can only observe the physical. So you would be looking for physical evidence.
That's not true, because I would assume that you have a testimony that God exists, correct?
No. I'm asking you a question to get clarity real quick.
But what I'm saying is that there are thousands of people, or at least millions of people, that claim to have a testimony of God and know that God exists.
Yeah, no. That's not where I'm going. I need just answer this question though.
For myself, I don't.
I'm asking you. Yeah, so that's what I'm engaging with. I need you to let me know, because I can give you an argument and things, but if it isn't going to satisfy you, then
if it's a logically consistent argument, I'd be happy to hear it.
Well, let's just start with logic.
I'd accept a logical argument.
Let's just start with logic. Is there any empirical evidence for logic itself?
Yes.
Okay, what empirical evidence that we have that logic exists in it of itself?
Well, so the logical absolutes are absolute. They exist at all times, in all places, and in all possible situations.
No,
so we have
the evidence
law
for
of
logic itself. I'm not speaking about the laws of logic. So I'll I see where you're going. You're going to say that we use logic as
the foundation of logic.
That's not the question I'm asking. Try to understand this question. I'll explain it this way. I know that currently right now, me and you are utilizing logic to make sentences and to speak to one another. I know this. That's what we are utilizing logic currently right now to speak to one another. We're using many other type of
logic.
No. I'm not saying your definition of logic. Okay. So real quick, just listen. I'm not saying your definition of logic. I'm saying I know the laws of logic, right? The law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, the law of excluded middle, maybe not in that order, but that is the three classical laws of logic.
Yeah.
Logic in and of itself, without us, if we didn't have logic, we wouldn't be able to even understand one another and speak sentences. So I'm saying that we can't test the thing by using the thing. We would need logic to test if logic exists. We would be using logic. I'm asking you, logic in it of itself, how can we test if it is true? Where is there any empirical evidence? Can we find logic in a microscope by looking in a?
I think we can
where?
Because I think your definition of logic is flawed. In that
I just gave you the three classical laws of logic. Let me ask you this: right. Does logic have the same ontology as us?
You'd have to define ontology.
The nature of it.
Does logic have the same nature as humans?
Bro, you have to say no. Logic isn't physical. Logic isn't. Logic doesn't have the same ontology as us.
Logic is okay. So, are you talking about reasoning or are you talking about intellect? Because those are two very separate things.
Well, both would need logic. You can't have intellect or you can't reason without logic. For inductive,
that's what logical fallacy is.
For inductive and deductive reasoning, you would still be utilizing logic. These categories work in uniformity. They work with one another.
But if that were true, then we wouldn't have anything like logical fallacy, right? We know that logical fallacies happen.
No. You didn't understand what I just said.
So
I'm not saying that we know that things aren't logical. We know that that's the case is because we have the laws of logic, right? Okay. Within reasoning, right? Within reason itself, inductive and deductive reasoning, the reasoning systems that we utilize, and inductive is generality, deductive is is definite. It's like basically fact. That's that. Within that process, we are still utilizing logic. Okay. So we can't have one without the other. So my question for you is, since you said that, well, I would, it doesn't have to actually be, empirical evidence, but if it makes logical sense, then I may, I may agree to that. I may hear your position. So I'll go ahead and make an argument to you. Sure. Currently, what I'm doing right now is actually making an argument. It's called the transcendental argument for God. And This argument simply posits this. Within Christianity is the only worldview which makes it possible for knowledge to exist. Knowledge incorporating logic, reasoning,
I dispute that
reason, math, and everything else, right?
Yeah, I dispute that claim.
And here it goes.
That's totally purely nonsense.
I didn't even finish it.
So,
yet,
okay, go ahead and give me the
I didn't even
syllogy.
finish. I was just
Go ahead and give me the syllogy.
yeah. So it's super, super simple. And
Sure.
I'll lay it out. I'll do it this way for you so you can fully understand.
Mm-hmm.
But simply, God is a necessary condition under our worldview.
Conclusion.
Yeah. God is the necessary condition for knowledge, morality, logic, all of these transcendental categories that we utilize where we have no empirical evidence for. All of these transcendental categories like logic, reason, math, induction, deduction, predication, all of these things are universal and they all work in uniformity. You can't actually have one without the other, and they are universal. I'll explain. Well, you want the argument or you want to cut me off? Which one?
Well, I mean, I'm waiting.
You can go ahead and let the argument go out. I am. You want to let me? You want to let me go ahead and get the argument out, or do you want to cut me off? Which one?
Can I just make sure that I've heard you correctly? You said that God was the necessary predecedent for things like knowledge, morality.
Okay, I'll lay it out this way, so it's very simple. X is the necessary condition for Y. Y, therefore, X.
Okay.
Okay.
I will counter with something similar. X cannot be the cause of Y if X doesn't exist. In order for you to posit that X exists, you must be able, or that Y is dependent on X. You have to be able to demonstrate that X actually exists independent of Y. Otherwise, your argument is circular, which is a logical fallacy.
Nope,
and you
not
have
circular.
to be able to demonstrate. You have to be able to. Well, because if your reason for Y is X and you're proving X with Y, that's the definition of a circular argument.
Well, no, what I'm saying is
you also have to be able to demonstrate that X is capable of causing Y.
No, the argument in and of itself isn't circular.
But I can't demonstrate that it is the cause of Y.
You know, you're still speaking. What I just said was not circular. What you stated was circular. Can you explain to me how, real quick, I'll repeat it back. Okay. What you said was circular.
Oh, okay.
What I said was not circular. Can you demonstrate? Real quick, you made a claim, so stick with your claim. Can you demonstrate with what I said is actually circular?
Yes.
Not with what you say, but with what I said.
Yeah.
X.
So what you said.
Real quick, let me repeat it back. X is the necessary condition for Y.
Therefore,
Y. No. X is the necessary condition for Y. Y, therefore X. Where is that circular if I'm saying with what you said, well, X.
So
I don't even know what you said. You said like X is.
What is your evidence for X?
X is X or something like that.
What is your evidence for X?
Look around us.
In your argument, hold on. No, we're not going to do the look at the trees argument. We're going to talk about
No. I just told you. Yeah, look around us. So the entire universe. I'll explain.
X.
I'll answer your questions in detail.
No. I want to stay with your.
No, wait. Okay. Do you want a question to what you just asked or no?
Well, I'm trying to make sure.
Yes or no? You want me
to
answer? You asked me a question, then you went to ask me another question. Which one do you want me to answer?
I want to make sure that I understand what your statement was.
Okay. So you want me to? What do you want me to repeat then?
I don't want you to repeat anything. I want you to tell me if I've got this correct.
Okay, yeah. Go ahead.
So you said X is necessary for Y, or something to that effect. X is the predecedent for Y, right?
X is the necessary condition for Y.
X is the necessary condition for Y.
Yeah.
Okay. So your second part was Y exists, therefore X.
If X is the necessary condition for Y, therefore X. So here's the thing. Real quick, let me finish. Let me finish.
Let me
finish. You want me to finish?
Okay,
let me finish. The claim that I just made isn't circular, but I would say if we reduce it down to things that cannot be justified, every worldview does have circularity at the root, down to its root. So there's no position that will not have some type of circularity. But my argument is that God, right, is the necessary condition. X is the necessary condition for Y, therefore X. So it's simply saying that God is the ultimate justification for everything.
Okay.
Yeah. So that part would be circular, but that isn't what I said.
Okay. So as long as we agree on that. So my rebuttal to that was that X cannot be the cause of Y if X doesn't exist, right? So if you're saying Y therefore X, but we haven't established the existence of X first, we're not justified in saying Y therefore X. We have to say Y therefore something, but we're in error identifying it as anything until we have evidence that that's true.
Yeah.
So
go ahead. I'll let you finish.
For my part, I would say that my position is similar to yours, but it takes out the God. My position would be that reality is the necessary precedent for all things, because reality.
What is reality?
Reality is the state of existence. It is the state which allows all
reality
things.
Reality.
No, reality is the state in which all things exist.
Okay, so reality is the state in which all things exist.
Yeah, it is the quality of existence.
And then what is existence?
Existence is being as opposed to not being.
Okay, does logic exist?
Logic is an abstract representation of the nature of reality. So as we observe reality, we can infer the laws of logic.
Okay. So logic only exists if human beings exist.
No, logic only exists if reality exists.
Okay. So let me get this right. So logic exists only if reality exists.
Correct.
Got it. Now, for reality is the what again? The state of existence. The state that everything exists.
Reality is the state of existence. It is the
reality is the state of existence.
Right.
And then what is existence again?
Existence is being as opposed to not being.
Okay, so existence is being as opposed to not being.
Correct.
So then I asked you, does logic exist? And you said what?
Logic is an abstract representation of the nature of reality.
Okay.
So it is an observation of how reality works.
Okay, so it's just an observation of just how reality exists.
How reality works.
How reality works.
Right.
But logic itself then does not exist, it's just a concept.
Does what exist?
Logic itself does not exist, it's just a concept then.
No, logic itself is how reality works, right? So logic is the process by which reality works, I guess would be a good way of saying that. But what you're asking about,
but we need to observe it though. You said observe. You said the
right.
Logic is based off of
the things have to be what they are. They can't be what they're not, and they have to either be what they are or what they're not.
I know. Look, walk with me
right.
slow.
So I mean, that's
real quick,
empirical.
if it's the, I don't listen.
It's
if
observable.
it's the, got it. If it's the case that logic is simply what exists, what is observable, right? Is that's the case? I got that correct?
Well, okay.
Logic is abstract concepts.
Let me see where you're going with
logic is abstract concepts that is basically observable, but logic itself does not exist. It's only observable based off of reality. Because once again, reality is the state of existence. The state of existence is, you said that what is again the state of existence? How do things exist? Beings what?
So
let me write this down.
Right.
Go ahead. Say it again for me.
Reality is the state in which all things exist. Existence is the quality of being as opposed to not being.
Okay, the quality of being,
or the trait maybe might be a better, because quality kind of infers subjectivism.
I got it. I got you now. So my question is simply
might be better.
Okay, my question is simply this then. If it takes us to observe in order for logic to exist, then if human beings wasn't here to observe, would logic still exist?
No, that's not what I said at all.
Wait, you just said logic is just an abstract concept.
It's an abstract concept of the nature of reality. Reality has its own nature. It is a thing that works in a certain way, and that is true whether there's humans or not, right? That is true whether there's anybody to observe it or not. So then logic would still exist if human beings wasn't here. Now, yes, the logical absolutes absolutely would still exist. That's why they're absolute.
Got it. So logic would still exist if human beings wasn't here.
The logical absolutes would still exist. Okay.
What are the absolutes?
What you're conflating
is it the three laws of logic?
Is the nature of reality, which is the three laws of logic, and the process of reason, which are two different things.
Yeah, no, I'm not conflating.
Using logical thought is different, and that is subjective to us.
Okay, got you.
But
so
we can demonstrate, I think empirically, at least logically, if not empirically, that arguments that are based on,
is it empirical or not empirical? Can we demonstrate it empirically or not empirically?
I would say the process of logical reasoning. I think you can empirically observe its results, but I think the process itself is inherently logical, right? So you have to adopt logic in order to argue against the process of logic.
Can logic ever change? Would that ever change?
Can logic ever change? What are you talking about specifically? Reason or the absolutes?
If logic is the abstract observation of reality, then can that abstract observation ever change? Is logic objectively true?
I think the logical absolutes are objectively true. Yes.
Okay. And if it's objectively true, where is it grounded in?
Reality.
Okay, it's grounded in reality. And then reality is just existence. It's the existence
it's the state in which all things exist.
The quality of beings. The state is the existence of quality beings instead of not beings. So the things that are and not are. That's all that is. That's what existence is.
It's the state in which all things exist, and existence is the trait of being as opposed to not being.
Being as opposed to not being. So that's one part, that's reality, that's existence under your worldview. Got it.
Well, just under my understanding of.
Got it. So then if it's the case, it's the state. If existence is that and reality is that, and everything that we observe in reality is logical, that we can observe because it's ordered in a logical way. It's not illogical. As far as the observing the universe and things like that. I'm simply asking you, where is it grounded in? You said it's grounded in existence, but
well, no, it's grounded in reality.
Okay, it's grounded in reality. That's where it's grounded in, and that's there. Now, the reality derived from what?
Nothing. Reality is the first necessary.
Is the first necessary.
So in order for a thing to exist, there must be a reality within which it can exist. So reality has no foundation. It simply is.
Okay, got it. So you're just making a self-evident claim. It's just self-evident. It is because it is.
I mean, yeah, the reality. I mean, so in order for there to be anything that reality is founded on, where it has its basis, that thing must necessarily exist outside of reality. And if a thing exists outside of reality, it doesn't actually exist because it is not within the state of existence.
Okay, I got you. All right.
You see what I'm saying? Yeah.
Yeah, no, I see what you're saying.
This is going to sound real quick, very
I got a
much
question.
like. Go ahead.
Yeah, I got a question. I don't want you to filibuster or anything or prattle. I want to get down to the root of things.
Sorry, I'm not trying to do that.
It's all good. So within this worldview, right? It seems that there was a purpose for existence.
I disagree.
Okay.
I don't
there's
think
no purpose
that that's inherent in this at all.
Okay. I just want to make sure. So if there isn't purpose, if there's no purpose for reality, and we're getting back up to evolution again, because once again, evolution, everything is accidental and random and purposeless.
No, it's not. It's not accidental and it's not random. That's a fundamental misunderstanding.
Is reality, is there any purpose for reality?
As far as I am able to understand it, no. I don't think that there. I think that reality simply exists.
If reality simply exists, and there's no purpose for reality.
Sure.
Is there any purpose? But there is purpose for evolution.
Well, no. It's not that there's purpose for evolution. You're conflating a couple of different terms like random and purpose, right? Simply because something doesn't have a purpose or an intent doesn't mean that it's random. It happens according to natural processes, right?
No, you're granting these. What you're doing here right now is you're saying it happens due to natural process. You need to justify how it happens if it's not random and accidental.
Well, I don't have to define it exactly because we have a certain understanding of how the universe works. So the universe works according to what we can determine as physics.
Okay, real quick.
And so the things that happen within the universe cannot work against physics. So evolution.
You're asserting that,
and
you're asserting these things.
Okay,
so let me just ask you this question back to the purpose and the accidental. Let's get back to the purpose and the accidental real quick.
If this is not a self-evident truth that only natural things can exist in nature.
You presuppose so much stuff within your position, and I'm trying to explain to you how you are.
At all.
Yes,
I don't
you are.
Presuppose anything. The only
you
thing
just
that I
presuppose purpose. If everything is accidental, okay, let me speak. If it's the case, okay, let me speak. Let me give you my argument.
Have a purpose doesn't mean that it's accidental.
Let's figure it out then. Let's figure it out together. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Just because something doesn't have a purpose doesn't mean that it's accidental.
Let's figure it out. You're saying that, but let's figure it out. Let me test it if that's true.
How do you demonstrate it? How do you demonstrate that that's
I'm about to ask you questions. Don't run. Okay. Let me ask you these questions, okay? Because you got yourself in a pickle here. And this would also refute the other claims that you made in regards to, reality and existence.
None of my claims.
This will refute all of it. It's going to be very, very simple.
No, and I'll tell you why. Because whatever you're about to say is based on a logical fallacy.
Why can't I? What logical fallacy? I didn't even say anything yet.
You start it, and I'll show it.
Wait.
You start it, and I'll show it.
So wait, instead of the meta conversation, are you going to be quiet so I can ask you these questions?
Let's bring it down.
Okay.
I'm sorry. That was facetious of me. I apologize.
It's all good, man. Blood sport debate over here. We like it, man. So, if it's the case, I need you to explain to me, because it's your claim. If it's the case that under evolution, everything is accidental, and it's also
That's
random.
Not what I said. That's what you
said. That. Okay, so
just because something doesn't have a purpose doesn't mean that it's accidental, and it doesn't mean that it's random.
Okay, well, let's just reverse the two. Under evolution, there's no purpose for existence.
There's no purpose for life. Existence is a totally different thing.
Got it. So there's no purpose for life. No purpose for life. Okay, got it. But there is a purpose for existence.
No.
Okay, so there's no purpose for life or existence. And that kind of makes sense. That's consistent.
Yeah.
Because if there's no purpose for...
either of those.
Okay, so if there's no purpose for existence, that would make sense that there's no purpose for life. Okay, so now that's consistent. Thank you for clarifying that, right? So if there's no purpose for existence or for life, explain to me how it's not accidental.
Because physics works in a certain way. Okay, so I think the best way to illustrate this is you're familiar with table salt, yes?
Table salt. Yeah, real quick. Let me just do a little bit of housekeeping real quick.
Go ahead.
Everybody on TikTok, you can't see the person or hear the person I'm debating, but I see a lot of people up here. Listen, we're gonna just spend a few more minutes here. I just want to get an answer to that question, and then we gotta go ahead and wrap up because we got a lot of people on TikTok that I want to get to, and I've already been streaming for almost 4 hours. But go ahead and answer that question. If it's the case that there's no purpose to existence, there's no purpose to human life, but it's not an accident. So go ahead.
How does it happen? It happens according to natural processes. So like table salt, sodium and chlorine come together. They make sodium chloride. It's table salt. It's not an accident.
Was there a purpose for sodium and chlorine?
No. It just, the two of them coming together just is a natural process. They ionically bind with each other.
How did they come together? How did they come together?
Well, I mean, very simply, there is a magnetic charge between the two of them. And
this magnetic charge between the two of them, does it have some type of commonality for a purpose to come together?
No. It's just that the two molecule or the two atoms are attracted to each other and they bond ionically. So the best way
can you bond one of them with something else and still get table salt?
Sure. Not to get table salt, no.
Okay.
No.
So then the purpose is for table salt.
No.
For both of them, purpose. For both of the two combined
it. Purpose. No, okay, it's just something that
I'm not
happens.
inferring it. So
but
all I'm saying is this.
It's just something that happens.
Okay, real quick.
There's no purpose to it. There's no...
the binding process, right?
Mm-hmm.
You said it's what? It's
ionic.
Ionic? No, but what's the two things?
Covalent. Sodium
to make
and chlorine?
table salt, sodium and chlorine.
Right.
Okay.
And they bond together and they make sodium chloride.
Sodium and chlorine, they bind together and make sodium chloride.
Right.
All right. So if you take the sodium and bind that with something other than chlorine, you will not get sodium.
Sodium oxide. Sodium depends on what you got.
But you get something else, right?
You get something totally different. Sure.
Okay. Now, the human body, is it made with sodium?
We have sodium within us.
We have sodium within us.
Sure.
So
what would we expect to have in us except for things that we find in our environment?
Well, that's what we're getting to, right? We're getting to the purpose. We're getting to the purpose and the accidental.
Something that doesn't have
I'm not inferring anything. I'm simply demonstrating here right now that if it's the case that that the sodium and the chlorine did not bind together, we wouldn't get sodium chloride, which means that we wouldn't get human beings. We wouldn't even get human beings.
But you're asserting that human beings are an end.
No, but
right.
But it is. I'm not saying that it's. No, I'm not saying that we are an end. I'm just saying that we wouldn't get that.
Yeah. I mean, if the universe didn't work the way it does, life could not exist.
Got it. Sure. Life could not exist at all. So, with that being said, if your worldview is true and there isn't any purpose for this, what's your purpose up here debating me?
Well, first off, I wanted to get your opinion about atheist conservatives, but secondly,
why did you want to get my opinion? What's the purpose of my opinion?
Well, you're another human being.
Well, human beings is just human beings is just purposeless.
It doesn't matter. That we don't have an inherent purpose.
So things do matter.
Hold on. If it just because we don't have an inherent purpose doesn't mean that we can't imbue ourselves with purpose. We have intellect that allows us to do that. So
purposeless things came together to then give us purpose?
What is the purpose of a rock?
Wait, do human beings have purpose or not?
I don't believe we have inherent purpose.
Okay, so then that means that human beings do not have purpose.
No, that's not true. There's a difference between inherent and imbued.
I know imbued, you can have a purpose to go to work because you want to make money and take care of your family. But truthfully, inherent means that we really don't have no... What I'm saying is we truly don't have no inherent purpose, right?
We have no inherent purpose.
It's not my position. This is your position.
Sure.
So if it's the case that there's no inherent purpose to anything, I'm simply asking, why are you up here debating like you have a purpose to debate and get your worldview across?
Because I have an imbued purpose. I personally have a desire to understand other human beings and to challenge my beliefs and possibly challenge their beliefs and determine which of us.
And where did that come from?
That came from a desire to expand my knowledge.
And where did that come from?
Me. It came from me.
Okay, so it just came from you.
It came from me.
So the purpose came from you.
My ability to process information.
So then the purpose came from you.
Yeah, the purpose that I have imbued myself with came from me. Yes.
And is that inherent?
No, it's imbued. I just said that.
Okay.
Look, if the
purpose came from you
and I use it as a hammer, I have imbued that rock with a purpose.
Yeah, I get the utility of purpose. I'm not questioning that. I'm questioning the inherent part where it's contradiction. I truly No, it is a contradiction. I'm explaining to you how it is a contradiction. You just are incapable to see it. You're incapable to see it.
No, I'm not. I'm really not.
I'll demonstrate it here. And I've already been demonstrating it to the audience as well.
Okay.
Right? If it's the case, I asked you all of those questions that I just asked you before, and we trickled it down to the purpose actually comes from you.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not inherent? That's not inherent.
Why would it be how would it be inherent?
What would make it not
if I am
inherent?
deciding on what my purpose is, because I could not have called in, and there are other times that I have seen debates that I have not called in on. I was attracted to yours because you seem to be an intelligent person, and I thought we could have a very good discussion, in which we have.
It's good discussion.
But I am not compelled to debate every single person that I meet, which would imply an inherent purpose. It would be like if my purpose was to debate, and that was something that was inherently within me, then I would have to debate every single person that I meet.
No.
I imbue myself.
The driving. There's something in you that's driving you. It's a driving force within you. That's
my intellect and my desire to expand my knowledge.
But these are all things that needs to be justified. Your intellect, the intellect would assume that there's a purpose for intellect.
No. No.
Okay, so then there's no inherent purpose for intellect?
Our intellect evolved.
Is there any inherent purpose for intellect?
Survival. Survival would be the purpose
of intellect. Okay. So then survival is the human being's inherent purpose.
Well, I
thought you just said that we don't have any purpose. Booyah, I got you right there.
Okay. Well, I would have to go back and think about that. Okay. I could see in that situation that survival would be an inherent purpose, but I think that's a purpose that's inherent to all life, because anything that doesn't have a survival instinct dies.
If it's a purpose,
so would that be an inherent purpose? The purpose of our intellect.
Oh, you're thinking out loud. Go ahead. I'll let you.
I'm sorry.
I'll let you think. Go ahead. No, you're good.
Yeah.
You can because these could be concepts that you haven't thought about yet. But go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
Take your time.
Our intellect developed as a survival mechanism. Is the purpose of life simply to survive? That's an interesting thought. I don't know, because it seems to me that we have a survival instinct because things that don't have a survival instinct die. They don't reproduce.
But what's the purpose?
But I don't
what's
know
the purpose
that there's
over
any
life and
purpose
death
beyond that. I don't think
because remember, there's no, under your worldview, there's no purpose.
I mean,
you've admitted there's no purpose. Real quick. Real quick. Let me speak real quick. Mm-hmm. You've admitted that there's no purpose for existence. There's no purpose for life. There's no purpose for these things. But then somehow human beings, we have a purpose to survive. If we have a purpose to survive,
I don't know
then,
if that's correct. I don't know if that's the right way to say that. It just seems not right.
Wait, do we or do we not? Because first you said no, now you're taking it back.
We have an instinct to survive. And
is this instinct purposeless or purposeful?
I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know. I don't know really how to categorize that. Because I don't hold that evolution has an intent. It's just a process that living beings are capable of doing. And it's just something that happens within us, right? It's a process of life. But because of evolution, because of environmental factors, we have to develop a survival instinct. So I don't know if that's a purpose.
Dave, I got you, Dave. Full name David, right? Or are you Dave?
Full
name David. I'm David too. That's my full name.
Are you?
Shouts out to the Davids.
Are you named after? Is it Hebrew or is it Celtic?
I was just named from biblical scriptures. All of my siblings.
So like after King David.
It was after King David. Yeah. So shouts out to the.
Mine is derived from David.
Shouts out to the Davids, right? So I want to go ahead and say this, man. I do appreciate, you for coming up and having the discussion, but it's something that you need to think on right here, because there's a contradiction within the worldview. And maybe, since I like the discussion, maybe we can have this again after you think about it a little bit. Maybe we can have this discussion again, and I think it'll be great, man. But I want to get some of these TikTok debaters up, but I appreciate you for the spirited debate, man.
Thank you so much for taking the time with me and the patience, and I really appreciate what you do. I just ask you, please, evolution does not inherently disprove God. Just something to think about.
You said evolution does not inherently disprove God.
Right.
Well, I don't think that anything can disprove God at all.
Well, what I'm saying is that evolution is not a claim against God, and it's not a claim against creation.
Yeah, I could that would be our next debate, because I take the affirmative position that it's the opposite of what God is in creation and things of that sort. I know like you said before, there's other Christians or so that believe in evolution, and they believe that that we did come from monkeys, and then the monkeys came from the sea animals.
That's
and
not even
other stuff.
That's not even an evolutionary claim. We didn't come from monkeys. We just share a common ancestor.
Or we have that common ancestor. But if the common ancestor would mean that we did derive from the common ancestor, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Like it has to be. It's an ancestor for a reason. So some of our DNA derived from that. That's what made it common, which means that which would conclude that we came from that. So like my kid, I have mixed children, right?
Okay.
They're, white, Spanish, things like that, but also Black, African American. So if we look back, right, my children, they derived from people that lived in the Caucasus Mountains region, right? So that's where they derived their DNA from. Same thing. So we derived our DNA from monkeys. So that would be that we came from monkeys, bro. So, but anyways, good conversation. We'll do it again, man. Have a blessed one, brother.
And I'll let you get back to your people. Thank you so much.
All right, chat. W's in the chat.
No Fugazee.
It took me a minute. To pin him down on a position. I took the long route because he was able to articulate himself. He was also able to, push forth his ideas in a logical way. But then I called him down on logical contradictions and things like that within the entire worldview. But he was good faith. And, he didn't fully, he admitted to it, but, it wasn't like a concession like, oh, man, I concede. You're right, cool. He was just more like, I got more thinking to do. Thanks for this. And I can appreciate that, right? So I can appreciate that. So shouts out to David. We'll have him up again to do another debate. And next time, David, I'll be more ruthless with you. You got nice, David, today. I was casual with you, but next time I'm going to be more ruthless. But anyways, I was trying to take a different path. I was ruthless to these TikTok debaters. I'm like, well, let me see if I can, he shares the same name. So let me see if I can not be as ruthless. But back to TikTok debates. But before we do so, everybody on TikTok, I see Steven or Stefan, Fernez or Fern Vrins, whatever the name is. You are up next. We got Stefan up next. Jam, I see you back here. Book Nerd, I see you back here. I'm going to bring you up too. And then also June Bennett. We're going to get to all of you. All right. All right, man. I think you guys, did you put a 1 in the chat if you guys enjoyed that discussion on YouTube? Put a 1 in the chat. And even on TikTok, put a 1 in the chat if you enjoyed that. On TikTok is maybe a little bit different because you couldn't hear the guys' arguments. But on YouTube, put a 1 in the chat if you guys enjoyed that. Let me know if you guys enjoyed that. 2 in the chat if you didn't. 2 in the chat if you're like, whatever, coolie. Yeah, he was respectful. So. One in the chat if you guys enjoyed that. 2 in the chat if you didn't. Okay, you guys enjoyed it. Okay. So, and that's the thing. So, like, if you guys watched the interview that I did with Jay Dyer, I'm trying to engage with debaters in ways where it's more suitable for the audience to digest it and, get something from it. So the way I engaged with David in this debate was differently than how I engage with the TikTok debaters. So I'm just trying other ways to engage with debaters to see what you guys like most. Because at the end of the day, there's many different ways for me to defeat someone's argument. But I want to defeat the argument in the most enjoyable way because it's YouTube, man. And you guys watch this for entertainment. So why not be entertaining? Okay, yeah. Looks like you guys looks like you guys enjoy that. All right. Let's bring up some TikTok debaters. Man. Ooh, I'm 4 hours in. Almost about to be past my limit, but I'm trying to bring some more people up. Send me some super chats. Maybe send me your money. So I'm a little bit more motivated. Let me see if I missed any super chats real quick, and then I'm going to bring up these TikTok debaters. TikTok, don't go anywhere. I got y'all. All right. Yeah, probably missed some super chats. Let's see. All right. We got The Fallen One sends him $5. Rattlesnake Fun, I appreciate you, bro. We got Alpha Kenny 1 sends him $5. Appreciate you, man. He says, can we pay to skip him? Not sure who that was for. Maybe that was for the guy that I was just debating. All right, so we got one person that didn't like it, but shouts out to the $5. Yeah, you guys can pay to skip a debater. So if I have a debater up, we're gonna do $5 to skip a debater. So if you want me to skip them, $5. Get to the next one. We got Alpha Kenny 1 again, says in $2 at scam. Is my talking donkey? Okay, so Scam Chan, I guess you're referring to as your talking donkey. All right, back to these debates. Let's get it popping. All right. No, that person isn't ready. Let's try this person. All right. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. State your name and what do you want to debate about?
Hey, I'm Steven. I wanted to debate about whether Andrew Tate is a wolf in sheep's clothing.
All right, man. You see the debate prompts, bro. Stick to what we got.
Okay, I can go with.
Yeah, I went ahead and booted you, but come back in if you actually want to debate about one of the prompts, and I'll let you back up. But let me get to the next person. Welcome to No Fugazi Podcast. Name, age, what do you want to debate about? TikTok is loading. Hold up, guys, on YouTube. Why isn't it not working? Okay, let's disconnect. Let's try another debater. Book Nerd, try that guy. All right, Book Nerd, you're not ready. So I'm going to get to the next person. All right, the next person. Yeah, Jam. Let me see.
Yo, what's going on, bro? How are you?
What's going on, man? I'm doing good. State your name, age.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, name, age, and what do you want to debate? You see the prompts?
Yeah, do I have to state my name, or can I just say my username?
Jam, yeah, Jam is fine. And your age?
All right, Jam, 19, and I want to debate about number 2.
All right, feminism is bad for society. All right, so you think that feminism is good for society? You're a male feminist?
That's correct. Oh, well,
what is good about feminism?
What is good about feminism? So you support the cause of women having the right to vote, and you support that they have equal rights as men, and they shouldn't be favoritized in jobs. For example, a woman can do a job that a man can do.
Women don't have equal rights as men. Women don't have to sign up for selective service, but men do. So women have privilege in society. It's not equal. Women do not have to sign up for selective service, but men do unless they want to be penalized. So there's consequences on if men do not sign up for selective service. There's no consequences on women. There's no ought for women to sign up for selective service. So my claim is men and women do not have equal rights. Women have privilege. That's what they have.
Women have privilege?
Yes, it's not equal because, once again, do you know what selective service is?
Totally incorrect.
You know what selective service is?
Yeah, but what you're saying is totally incorrect. But yeah, go ahead.
Is it not a privilege for women to not have to sign up for selective service. If they don't, they're not penalized at all, and they feel no consequences on things. If there is a draft, they're not going to be drafted. That's a privilege. You don't consider that to be a privilege? Not to have to go to war?
Bro, I mean, at the end of the day, you know, so I agree in war. Men, like I wouldn't want women fighting in the war. So then it refutes the claim that you made, men and women do not have equal rights. No, they have equal rights, but they don't have equal strength. I mean, testosterone doesn't have to do with, with the rights. You need to have good physical strength and mental ability in order to fight in war. I'm talking about, like normal rights, not just not going to the war necessarily.
What are rights?
For example, like anything that a man can work that pays, for example, construction.
No, I'm asking you, what is rights?
Rights?
Yeah, well, like what are rights? What are they?
Shit, but how to explain this to you? Yeah, rights are something that a citizen is allowed to do and doesn't have to, be questioned about what he's doing.
So
that's a right.
Rights are privileges absent duty.
Yes.
Okay.
No, not just duty. No.
No, I said rights are privileges absent duty. There's no duty.
Yeah,
you're allowed to do what you want, and no one question you. Okay, cool. So if rights are privileges absent duty, then who's going to enforce rights? Men or women collectively?
No, citizens.
Yeah, but those citizens that's going to enforce the right, who's going to do the enforcing, men or women?
Both.
Again, collectively, is it going to be the majority of men to enforce rights?
Oh, you mean like who enforces the rights mostly in the
world?
That's what you're saying.
In all of every nation and every society, who enforces the constructs that we have in our mind of rights? Then that's then written on a piece of paper. Who enforces that law on the piece of paper? A collection of men or a collection of women?
Well, I would say it's men, but I don't have a statistic over that, so I think I might be wrong.
No, you're right. It is men. You're right on that. So men are the ones that enforces all of our rights. Since rights under your worldview is just a privilege absent duty, then it's basically a construct in the mind. We think that, I have a right to own this property. I have a right to walk down the street. You have all of these rights, but someone needs to enforce the right, or if not, then someone can just take your rights away. You wouldn't have it if it's not enforced. And if men is going to be doing the enforcing, my next question is, can women enforce rights for men?
Absolutely.
Can you explain how?
So for example, wait, but what do you mean for example, if a police officer comes over to you and he's like, get out of your car, I'm going to search your car. You're saying it's more common for a man to say no, I'm going to use my amendment rights to not allow you to seize my car or search my car.
No, that's not what I'm saying. But if we're looking at police officers as an example, women police get disarmed at a much higher rate, a drastic rate, more than men. Men cops barely get disarmed. That's like 1 in a million. Women cops, that's something that's like that happens. And also for women police, it normally takes multiple women cops to, restrain one perpetrator. That's a male.
Yeah.
So my question again:
over what you're
can
saying,
women
or any
collectively enforce men's rights? Yes or no?
Yeah, but you said that women, like disarming of women, as in police officers, is way higher than men. Do you have any evidence of your claim?
There's statistic. You can Google it. You can Google the rate of disarming, the rate of it. Of course, there's more male police officers than female police officers, but even within that, women still get disarmed at a higher rate than male police officers. So answer the question. Collectively, in a society, do you think that women can create order in a society of men and women? And order is enforcing the rights?
Yeah, definitely, bro.
Okay. How? Can you demonstrate it?
But do you know what enforce means? Like, for example,
yeah, we just went through it.
Yeah, but for example, if you tell me like, oh, you have to, like, for example, if I come on here and like, just say something, for example, like free Israel, for example, I have the freedom of speech, but I don't have the freedom of speech in your, you decide the rules.
Well,
but
no, if you go,
like, let's say, for example, talking to a police officer, and I can just say, I can tell the police officer, fuck you, I have the freedom of speech, but
okay,
that's enforcing a right on
other countries do not have the freedom of speech that we have in America. You go to the UK, you write a Facebook post, and it'll be police officers that come in your home and put you in jail. So they're enforcing you to not even speak. So again, I'm just asking for an example because my argument is simple. I'll go ahead and give you the argument. The argument is all of these rights that we have, right? These privileges, absent duty, right? These things that we just socially construct in our minds and agree on, and then men are the ones that enforce it. All of these rights all are enforced by men. So rights simply equals force because you don't have a right if it's not enforced. So men have the monopoly on force because men are physically superior than women and women are physically inferior to men. So a society of men and women cannot exist with women enforcing rights because men are just physically stronger. So a collection of men would truly defeat the police force and any military of chicks. It just wouldn't be able to hold up. We're not going to listen to women. We're not afraid of any consequences that they can enact. This is why they get disarmed the most, because men aren't afraid of women and men are physically stronger than women. That's why they're not afraid of women. But a man to a man, well, we know that, man, we have a similar physical capacity, right? You may be bigger, but we've seen little dudes knock out bigger men. We never seen a woman, I wouldn't say never, but it's rare if you see a woman knock out a man. That's like, God dang, She-Hulk. But it's normal for a smaller man to knock out a bigger man because men have the same physical capacity. Women just don't have that. So men collectively, right? You are a male feminist. Men enforce all of the rights in our society, but women cannot enforce any rights in our society. Therefore, the argument is it will never be equal between men and women. So feminism is a lie on its face. It cannot be done. Egalitarianism can never be obtained because men and women are different. We won't be equal. Make sense?
Yeah, no, you are partially correct. I'm not going to sit here and lie.
So then feminism, right? Is a lie a good thing or is a lie a bad thing? Answer that.
No, just before I ask
real quick. Is a lie? I got you. I'm going to let you ask that question, but real quick. Is a lie a good thing or a bad thing?
A bad thing.
Bad thing. And feminism makes claims for lies, like men and women can be equal, but we're not equal. Men enforces all of the rights. Women don't enforce any rights. Men have to sign up for a selective service and get put into the draft. Women like don't. So we are not equal. It is a lie, and lies is not good, which then therefore proves my argument how feminism is bad for society because lies are bad.
Yeah, but you mean in physical ability?
No Fugazee.
Complete obliteration, man. Do you want to move on to another prompt? You're not prepared for this one.
Yeah, can you just can you lower your head so I can see the third prompt? I haven't read it yet. Being vulnerable to your girl is generally bad for relationships. So yeah, I can debate you on that.
Okay, so the third prompt is being vulnerable. Hold up, let me see something. Hold up.
Yeah.
Okay, hold up.
Also, the first prompt I didn't really understand, to be honest.
It's all good. We'll go to the third prompt. The third prompt is being vulnerable to your girl is generally not good for relationships. So you think that being vulnerable to your girl generally is good for relationships. So men should be vulnerable to their woman.
But as in vulnerable, what do you mean? Like, for example, like, the leader of this relationship or the person that controls the relationship is the woman?
No, I don't think that woman should lead the relationship. I'm just saying that men shouldn't be vulnerable. So men shouldn't be pouring their emotions on a woman and complaining and venting and showing behaviors and mannerisms that is inconducive of providing the woman security.
Oh yeah, I understand now. All right, I have an argument on that.
Okay, go ahead.
So I'm gonna ask you a question. So do you agree that men can have sometimes emotional breakouts? For example, you have a bad day at work.
Yeah, they can. Sure.
You crash. Sorry?
Yes, I agree. Men have emotions. Yes, they can act out on their emotions. Yes.
Yeah. So, they come back, they crash their car, whatever happens at their day of work, it's terrible. They come back and they want to, so you find your girl at home, a person that you love, you trust, you feel safe to talk to, you feel safe to open up. So you don't agree that, men should, have a place to let off some steam. For example, after that bad day, you come back home to a girl. You don't agree?
I'm listening to you. I mean, men let off some steam by tapping that. You know what I mean? That's where we let off the steam. But go ahead. I'll listen to you. Go ahead.
Like just opening up about what happened to their day. Like that's what I mean.
You know what? What's so funny? What I've always witnessed. When guys are the ones that's opening up to their girl after a day, I witnessed those relationships end because it just works better when the woman is opening up about her day. Now, it doesn't mean that the man can't tell the woman, oh, yeah, I did this today. That was pretty cool. I did that today. It was pretty whack. I didn't like that. Whatever. But it's the way you go about things that human beings will interpret your mannerisms and your behaviors as being emotional and vulnerable. So it's how you go about things that the person observing it would consider it to be you being vulnerable. And I'm simply stating here, it's not in a man's best interest to be vulnerable to his girl, generally speaking, for a relationship to thrive. I think it's best for a man to be stoic, to have a degree of stoicism within his relationship and provide the woman security, because the woman is emotional. She's an emotional vessel. One, she's higher in estrogen, so she's feeling more emotion. She's higher in trait neuroticism, so per unit of situation, the woman is more likely to have a negative experience on average than a man. So on average, per unit of situation, women take from that experience, they take it in a negative way, right? Men, on average, we don't tend to take it in a negative way when it's compared to women. So women are higher in trait neuroticism. They have more negative feelings. So if you understand women, that they're emotional, they get their period, they mood changes, and they, from their experiences throughout the day, it's most likely it's going to be more negative than your experience throughout that situation and throughout the day. It's best for the man to handle himself and conduct himself in a stoic way where the woman feels secure in the relationship rather than feeling like she has no security because she can't rely on you because you're as emotional as she is.
Well, also that depends on how the girl thinks. Sometimes for example, she tell you, "Oh, man up," or something. Or she just tell you, she understand where you're coming from, and it's like, oh, for example, I'm gonna give you an example. So if you're like a fucking MMA fighter, bro, John Jones, and he had a bad day and stuff, and then he comes back home as that strong guy that never lost, knocks people out for a living, and then came back,
he could be vulnerable. You think that dudes in prison that got bodies and killed people or fighters and stuff can't be vulnerable? Listen, I've coached men that are professional boxers where the problems that they were having in the relationship and they weren't getting the right treatment that they thought they should get from the woman was because they were vulnerable. I help men out overcome being so vulnerable with a woman. And simply it's because of men. Certain men don't understand women. We're not women. You are not a girl. You're not your girl. So if you have a girlfriend, you're not her. You're in a position to protect and provide for her. And that's what she expects from you. You're taller, physically stronger. She preferably would want you to make more money. She even wants you to be more competent. Women aren't looking for their equal. They're looking for their superior. So it's incumbent upon a man to act as one and not be vulnerable. Like if you got a job and you're working for a company, you want your boss to be vulnerable to you. Like, oh, I don't know if, I'm going to be able to give you a paycheck. Like, dang, have a little hope. I'm about to quit now, right? Oh, you don't know if you can pay me? Man, I'm out of here. But if he's more stoic, and about himself, we just lost one of the fundings for this, but I got a plan in position and we're going to go ahead and make this work. Oh, okay, boss, let's go ahead and get this work done. Instead of wanting to quit because your boss is vulnerable. That's women. This is why women quit on relationships and divorce rates are higher, right? With women, women initiate 70 to 80% of the divorces. Men don't. And that's because women, right? They're higher in trait neuroticism. They are more likely to be the one in the relationship to have a negative experience. So this is why men should not be vulnerable, right? It's not to say that you can't tell your chick anything. No, you got to tell your chick stuff if you want, but it's how you conduct yourself in a masculine way that is conducive in a relationship where the woman can feel secure. Just like a boss with the employee, just like a captain with his troops. But good conversation, man.
No, but it's sorry?
If you didn't learn from that, you're never going to learn. You're going to be a beta forever. Goodbye. Done with him. He didn't understand. Still wants to argue for beta stuff. You want to be a beta? Go and be a beta. There's other dudes that's going to take your chick. Like, what, bro? Like, what you want me to do?
Bruh.
Like, you want to be a beta forever? Go ahead, be a beta. Someone going to steal your chick. You're going to be wondering, why'd she leave me? I don't know why she break up. She just left. I didn't get any closure. I did everything right. That's the thing. I pay for the bills. I provide for her. I did everything right, but she left me. That's that guy. Well, no, you didn't do everything right. You didn't know your position and your role as a man in the relationship. You thought that you can be just as vulnerable to your girl as she's vulnerable to you because you think that everything is equal. No, you're a woman. Just because you can handle your woman's emotions, you're built for that. You're a man. This does not mean that your woman can handle your emotions. She's a woman. She can barely handle her own emotions. So now you want her to handle your emotions too as a man? You're putting her in a state of like fight or flight. And most chicks ain't fighting. They taking that flight. They out of there. They're not going to fight and try to work things out. Well, let me help you. They're going to be like, listen, man, I get my period each month. I'm up and down. I don't even know why I can't stop thinking about certain things. They be thinking a whole lot. I don't know why I'm always worrying about stuff. They can't even get their own thoughts in order, generally speaking. So now you coming with more things. Oh, your woman the chick can't get her own thoughts in order, but you're being vulnerable and you want her to help you to get your thoughts in order and your feelings in order. You're gay.
They, them, energy. They, them, energy.
That's the type of energy you giving me, bro. Gay. All right, chat. This was fun, man. I gave y'all 4 hours and 25 minutes. I'm finna wrap up. I'm finna wrap up, cuh. I'm finna wrap up. All right, get the likes up before you leave. Like the video. Subscribe to the YouTube channel if you haven't. Everybody on TikTok, come on over to YouTube, man. It's a great experience on YouTube. Come on over to YouTube. And when you're on YouTube and you subscribe and watch on YouTube, like the stream, people still see the TikTok stream and they can hear y'all. So you get a much better experience of No Fugazee podcasts on YouTube. TikTok, bro, TikTok gay, bro. I'm only on here just because, right? Shadow ban right now on YouTube. So, I gotta use my other platforms. That's what I gotta do. All right, we got some people in the chat. I'll get to your guys' comments, no worries. Shouts out to Alpha Kenny 1 says, debate finished, my dog. Yeah, I done cooked, homie. Homie done got cooked. W chat. Chat is undefeated. Oh, the chat cooking people right now? The chat cooking people right now. All right, W. Okay, we got W Coolies in the chat. Yeah, it's all W's in here. Of course, bruh. Let me see. Did I miss any chat? I think I did miss some chats. Get to these real quick. Gotcha, bro. I got y'all, bro. We got Magic to Magic. Appreciate the support, man. Sending in $20.
No Fugazee.
He says, Cooley, stop misquoting the Bible. Adam never ate an apple off the tree. There is no verse to back. Yeah, I know, man. I make these I know, bro. I know it's like, this is what people believe, and I'm just making the argument quick to them so they can understand. But yeah, man, I know. But let me finish reading what you said. There's no verse to back up the claim as a Christian. You should know better. I should. But it's for the purpose to get the non-believers to just understand what I'm saying anyway. Because that's what they believe. That's what the consensus is out there. And then he says, and I would debate that any day of the week. Peace. No, you're good, man. I know. I know these things, Magic. I know. Then we got handsome Kajon Kujan, I'm probably pronouncing that wrong. He says, I understand him wanting Cooley to be accurate, but stick around, Magic. Yeah. No, Magic is a supporter. I think he knows. He's also being, pedantic as well. He's being, he's getting on me. But I appreciate you guys. You guys in the chat, my supporters, the people that rock with me, the members and stuff. I am not above correction. So that's the thing. No Fugazi podcast is not being above correction. Right? I did an entire interview with Jay Dyer, and it was like, it was learning, right? Learning these arguments and these concepts and things. I already knew it. I did my study and my research and all of that, but it's still conducting myself in an interview in a graceful way because, Jay is goated. And then also for you guys, me asking certain questions so you guys can understand, right? And then also, since he's an expert in philosophy and that type of debating style, apologetics and precept, he can articulate things in another way where maybe if I'm articulating something to my chat to give you guys understanding, he can give you guys the understanding in a different way where then you do understand. Right? And, all the people that I respect in the game, I give the grace. Just like my man Marquette. When I bring him up, it's not to say, many of the things that I know about that he speaks about. But he just happens to be an expert in history and, geopolitics and stuff. He comes from, he has a very, grounded, intelligent perspective. So, when we've done shows together, nah, man, go ahead. Soak that in. Get that knowledge, chat. Get that knowledge, right? And that's what No Fugazi is. I'm a true confident man. True confidence is you're not insecure to say, hey, you may have some knowledge that I don't have. Go ahead. Work, bruh. Have you on my platform. Spit that. Drop some knowledge for the audience. Maybe some things that I don't have the ability to articulate as good as you do. Maybe a perspective or some truth that I don't have yet or see, but you do have. Have you on my podcast. That's true No Fugazi. And that's true confidence. Right? The unconfident person is like, oh, I don't want to have this guy on my podcast. He'll outdo me. You not confident, little homie. That's not being confident. Right? And I think that could be another reason why I haven't been invited on certain podcasts. Because they're not as confident. It's been many podcasts, right? But it be like that. No hate, all love over here, man. Yeah, man, we got more debates coming. We got a call-in dating show tomorrow, actually. Stay tuned for that. So a call-in dating show tomorrow. That's going to be dope. Thursday, open debate night. So we're back at it Thursday for open debate night. But tomorrow, call-in dating show. And then this Friday, we have... Bro, we're busy. Busy week. This Friday, we have the Jay Dyer versus Captain Cesariak that I'm moderating on my channel. It's going to be fire. And then this Saturday, we have the girl show. We got a girl show, man. And we got a lot of ladies coming to the show, so it's going to be dope. And yeah, so stay tuned for that. So I have no days off for podcasting. My only day off was yesterday. Sunday, podcast, no podcast Monday. Tuesday, today, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Got a lot of streams for y'all, man. So get the likes up, support the channel. Don't be
They, them, energy.
Don't be gay. All right, let me see if I missed anything. See if we got any other super chats that I missed. I think I got them all. Let me see. Nope, missing some. We got F Kit Button sends him $5, says beta for Jesse, who is also inherently based. Beta. That's I say, he be like beta. Beta. We got who else? All right, I think that's it. W. Cooley, thanks, Trump. Thank you, Trump. Appreciate you, Trump. We got Trump in the chat sending in W's. Shouts out to Trump, right? You need to get us out of Iran, but you know, shouts out to Trump putting W's in the chat. All right, man. I'm out of here. I spent enough time with you guys tonight. Almost 5 hours, man. All right. So, peace.
No.
And y'all see the suit too, man. Listen, new studio, new podcast by the spirit, not by the letter. Bro, we can go verse for verse all day long. Doing new things. Men are okay with understanding the reality that we are in competition with one another. But you ladies think that you're special. You are in competition. Men are men of their word. So here's my word. I'll fly you out here and we can do it in person. And after that, we could box. I'm about my business. So remember, I said, when I ask you these questions, I will dismantle your entire argument. That's the end of the debate, my dog.
I'm 39, but I don't look your typical 39.
Belly.
Yeah.
You look 39. It's okay, though. That man isn't intimidated by a woman like you. He's annoyed by a woman like you. Because a man doesn't want to date another man. He wants to date a woman.